describing the specific and the overall objectives of a proposal, the relation to the work program, without having mentioned anything about the concept, the overall concept. What happened was that all people were preparing some introductory text about the concept of the proposal, the vision, which was before the objectives. And then when we had to write the concept, we didn't know how to deal with this so that we might not replicate information we already presented before. So you see, it was not necessarily the most ergonomic architecture of this template. And then we had to describe the methodology part and the ambition, which means now the ambition, the advancement with respect to state of the art, which should be related either to the concept or to the objectives that may have been presented some 10 or 20 pages before. So these were deficiencies of the old template, but we all got used to this. So we knew it's like, you know how your house is structured or your car. But if you have the opportunity to buy a better house, a new house or a new car, you might like certain things to be improved. And this actually has, at a great extent, happened now with the new templates. And a very high level comparison of all the new templates. The old was 70 pages, the new is 45, but less pages doesn't mean that it is easier. And sometimes it's not as easy to describe something in 2 pages than if you have plenty of 10 pages. So a reduction of the page number is not necessarily as easy as one may think. The section 1, the excellence, was composed of 4 subsections. Now it only has 2 subsections, but actually they have organically included some sections now as part of the 2 that exist. And the section 2, the impact, it actually had 2 sections. The 2 sections still remain almost the same, but there is 1 new subsection, which is the impact canvas, the impact summary. More on this in this presentation now. And old section 3 had 4 sections, and now it only has 2 sections, which is an improvement. I will mention on this later. So now I will only elaborate here in this first presentation about the impact canvas. And I think it is the most new, innovative, or if you like, you can call it game-changing part in the new template. And some prehistory. First of all, we may all be familiar of the business model canvas of Alexander Osterwalder. And the idea there is to provide information in a structured form. And this is something that becomes more and more popular. For instance, the Horizon Results Booster currently uses 2 other canvas templates. It's the Lean Canvas and the Value Proposition Canvas, so which look like this. Okay, so you see again, people are asked to provide information in such a structured form. So you have to name the problem and the solution, and the key metrics and the unique value proposition. Or for the value proposition canvas, again, you have to describe the product, the customer, and everything related to this. Now, the thing is that this, as I will mention also later, this gives people the feeling that this is easy. It's not. This is the trick there. And about the Horizon Europe Impact Canvas, it is meant to be a summary. And it consists of 6 parts. So it's the specific needs, the results, the measures for dissemination, exploitation, communication, the target groups, the outcomes, and the impacts. So all in all, actually, it's a summary of your entire proposal. And this is how it looks from the template that the Commission has provided. It's still in version 1. I have checked yesterday, and it's still the same version that was since long ago, so they didn't make any changes. Perhaps they may possibly not make any other changes. And as you see here, they have also provided an example here about how one could describe needs or the results or the dissemination, exploitation, communication measures, and same also about the target groups, the outcomes, the impacts. And the basic notions. So you see, there are these 6 basic notions, and actually they are all connected with each other, which means that you may start from the needs, describe the needs, and then from the needs, you go to describe the results. So we have some needs, and then for these needs, 1, 2, 3, the results that we are going to build for our project are ABC. And these needs that are related with these results will affect target group XYZ. And for these results and target groups, we will come up with the following dissemination measures or exploitation or communication measures. So it might be something that you might need. So it's like Rubik's Cube, that you might start from any edge you like, and you navigate to the other one. So either from the needs to results, or from the outcomes to results and target groups, or from the results to the needs and the impacts. So it's up to you. Some final remarks about the impact canvas. It's not, as I told before, it's not as easy as it seems. And it needs hands-on practice. And practice makes the master. Ideally, it should be composed with interaction amongst partners. So something that I would suggest is usually consortia. They have some kickoff meetings, not for the project, but for the proposal. In the good old times, we were meeting once in some place, in an airport or in Brussels, or now over Zoom. So for me, the ideal setting to start a new proposal is to have the entire team contributing to build this impact canvas interactively over a 2 or a 3 hours session, where all of the people will fill out this template of the impact summary, which can be in a Google Doc. And it needs time, so it's not wise to leave this for the last moment. And actually, for me, this is my personal opinion, it is good if you start your proposals from this section. So I know that what we have been doing many years before was that we were trying to come up with an outline of the proposal. But now I think the practical way that form follows function. So exactly, the principle now is to start from the impact summary, and the rest I will mention later. Some conclusions: the new proposal template has to be lived in by the people. Consider the 10,000 hours rule. So here you don't need to spend 10,000 hours for the impact summary, but at least some good hours need to be spent collectively. Less pages doesn't necessarily mean less effort. And as I said, the impact canvas is tricky. It looks simple, but has to be filled out with good quality information. And as I said, it can be the starting point for a proposal. So I see the time is running. I had some slides that were about evaluation. You can go through them. I think that they are self-explanatory, which means that I think that if I would now continue with the rest of these, which is not also relevant to the templates, but it is good information for you, we would need more time, and it's better if you will self-study these slides for the evaluation on your own. So I will now switch to my second presentation, which is about the excellence part. Unless, may I check if there are any questions, or no, there are no questions. Grigoris, can you help me? Are there any questions from the participants or no?
No, there are no questions, don't worry.
So I can continue, okay? And you see now my screen with the slides for the excellence part, yeah?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. So now it's about the first section, about excellence. And in all these three presentations about excellence, impact, and implementation, I follow the same structure so that it will be also easier for you to get familiar with the content. So we will have a look to the template for excellence, and I will come up with a suggested process flow and some variations on this process flow, and then some questions, concerns, worries to take care after. And please feel comfortable to come up with your questions. And once you see some questions, Grigoris, you can read them to me and I can answer them immediately. So we don't need to leave them for the end of the sessions. So here some truths, myths, and legends of excellence. Excellence was for many years considered as the most important section of a proposal. Okay, especially the ambition part, what in the past was called advancement beyond the state of the art, was the most attractive for people to spend all their time about providing information about how their own ideas that they would like to get financed are far more above what is considered nowadays state of the art. And now, not since Horizon Europe, but also since some good time before and for Horizon 2020, it has equal importance to all other parts. But still, unfortunately, monopolizes attention, resources, time, and impact still being the stepchild. On this, I will mention it in the next presentation about impact, why this still continues to be the case. And in the not always good old times, what was excellence in the past? How one could build the excellence part for a proposal. Usually an excellence part would stem from either a high quality research paper of some ambitious academics or researchers, or it may have been a recently submitted PhD thesis, which still had very up-to-date information about state of the art, and people were thinking that now it has a good opportunity now that we scale it up into a project. Or this was the case of an ambitious plan for future research, and what I mentioned here is actually the case of Tim Berners-Lee proposal for the World Wide Web, which he submitted in 1989 to CERN, which in today's conditions and circumstances, it might not have had at all an opportunity to get financed. But these times are now over. And especially for Horizon Europe, there have been cataclysmic changes. And many of our developed comfort zones are now endangered, which means that we have to evolve, we have to change, we have to be proactive and make the best out of these changes in the proposal templates so that we change the processes that we deploy to write our proposals. And still the changes are not felt. So from discussions I have with other people, they still have not felt the difference between the old templates and the new templates. And time is running, so even though there is a delay now of about 1 month or more than a month for the deadlines, but time is running. So what is the biggest challenge? The biggest challenge in excellence is that we need to provide content that appeared in the old templates in 4 different sections, namely 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, section A about the concept, and 1.4 in 4 pages. And this is not all, because imagine now that all these 1.1, 1.2, 1.3a and 1.4 In the old template, it was taking about 20 pages, 25 pages. Okay, 30, not as much, but 25 pages. Now we have to bring it only to 4 pages. Of course, it's a suggestion, the 4 pages, but you may come up with 5 pages, 6 pages, but still it needs a totally different way to approach this section 1 than what we were doing in the past. So 4 pages in the past, we may have needed only to present the objectives. Okay, and now we have to present objectives, how it is pertinent to the work program, actually the relevance to the work program, and the concept and ambition. And let's see things from the beginning. So these are the award criteria for excellence. And actually, it's all contained in this box. This comes from the proposal template. And in excellence, we need to provide anything, the objectives with clarity and pertinence, and the extent to which the proposed work is ambitious and goes beyond the state of the art, and soundness of the proposed methodology. So this reflects to section 1.1, this to 1.2. But this is elaborated later. And for section 1.1, we briefly describe the objectives of the proposed work. We mention why these are pertinent to the work program and the topic we address. We also briefly express why these are measurable and verifiable and realistically achievable. And this is not all, because we have also to describe how the project goes beyond the state of the art. And indicate any exceptional groundbreaking research and innovation or novel concepts, approaches, new product, service, or business and organizational models. And illustrate the advance by referring to products and services already available in the market, which means, and also refer any patents. Now, the thing is that, and describe also where the proposed work is positioned, which you see, all these in 4 pages. It's too much information if one uses the traditional, conventional approach. So what one needs is, how do we fit all these in 4 pages only? So it might be like a study in Ottoman miniature art, okay? But this is not what we are asked for, okay? So we will not provide everything there with a font size 7. No, it still has to be font size 11. And the key here is not to shrink extensive documents, but to expand on winning concepts and ideas, which means that if you start from the impact summary, where you have provided in one single page a summary for the entire project, which will be the outcomes, the results, the groups, the needs, that refer mainly to excellence, because the impact and the dissemination, exploitation, communication measures refer to impact, then you can start expanding this to the 4 pages that are needed here. Which means that currently I would rather risk to say that, imagine that you follow agile methodologies like Scrum, and that you have several sprints, and in sprint 1, you develop the impact summary, and then in sprint 2, you develop the objective section 1.1, and then you continue with the other sections in later sprints. So this is the case there. The only solution to cope with the difficulties of the new template are to change the processes for developing your proposals. So, and I will provide an example later. So about the methodology, the suggested length is 15 pages. And this is actually something that it's not comfortable at all, because in the past, for Horizon 2020, methodology sections were not given too much importance. We were writing something like 2, 3, 4, 5 pages, and these were mainly generality. So it was not there something that was really result of tedious efforts of the consortium. So all the efforts were given to the advancement of the state of the art, the ambition, the objectives, and the work package. So methodology was not as important, but now, using the analogy I used before about the sprints, in sprint 1, you may develop the impact summary. In sprint 2, you may develop the objectives and ambition. And in sprint 3, you might start building the methodology. The main components here is the methodology, which takes 10 pages. So it's not actually 15 pages. The methodology is only 10 pages. And then we have some other sections, which are to name other relevant international and national projects. This was also part of the old templates, but now they specifically ask for it, and they ask us to dedicate 1 page. And the interdisciplinarity aspect, again, it has to be addressed and is given half a page. Integration of social science and humanities, again, it has to be given half a page. And the gender dimension, 1 full page. Now, I think that I will not, and the open science aspects, again, also 1 page. About the gender dimension, I think we are all aware that it's not at all about providing text there and information that we will hire a female project manager, or that all participants have female members in their teams, or that we have a family-friendly and mother-friendly policies in the consortium. No, here it's about how the project addresses gender issues, and our research and our activities have a gender dimension. And in many cases, this is the case, or in almost all the cases. Now, in case your project is definitely not having at all a gender dimension, you might have the opportunity to have a full page to document there that there is nothing there that is gender related or relevant. But again, you have to document this and ground this in 1 page. So all these things here, I am now not reading your minds, but I think that for many of you or of us, we might say, okay, for God's sake, interdisciplinarity. Whom are we going to assign the impact section? We will ask them to deal with interdisciplinarity. And we will also ask them to take care of the integration of social science and humanities. And we will also ask them to take care of gender dimension and open science, which means that if we will not carefully deal with these sections, we should not be astonished or surprised if our score in the evaluation will not be as high. And having in mind now that one needs a score of 14 at least to have their proposals financed, it's all these parts and aspects that matter, which means that you may not deal with interdisciplinarity, integration of social science and gender dimension and open science in the sprint number 3, where your effort might be about methodology. But you should allocate one of the future sprints so that you will seriously cope with them. And by the way, my feeling is that interdisciplinarity or integration with social science or open science, the earlier one may integrate these aspects in their methodology and the project, the better, which means that you may not need to elaborate fully and completely on all these aspects, but don't leave them for the last sprints. Try to integrate them even in sprint 3, where you deal with the methodology. And research data management also takes 1 full page. Now, we are all aware of the practice or the malpractice where we were copying, pasting stuff about data management or open science from some other proposals that had failed or that had succeeded. And the problem there was that these parts were generic, so they were not specialized, tailored to the specific proposal. So this means that if you would like to have an excellent proposal with really an excellent score, all these things have to be taken care after in detail, and not to be left for the last moment, and to not be left for copy paste from some other proposals. No, because it will tell. Okay, it's one thing to have, even in food, I'm sure we all like to have convenience food and take something from the freezer, but we can tell the quality if something is really homemade and by someone who is really an expert. So in this respect, don't use these off-the-shelf components for certain parts of the proposal. The most important term here is the term narrative. For me, I would not feel comfortable with this term because for me, narrative is like to come up with a good story. And several aspects of the proposal process make scientists and researchers feel like they are needing to be skilled in making elevator pitches, but this is the reality. So in this respect, this part should be given in the form of a narrative. Okay. And what does this mean in terms of timing and sequencing? As I said before, we start from the impact summary. Even though it is part of section 2.3, it's the best starting point for a proposal. We built the first version of the objectives in what I called, in case you follow agile methodology and Scrum, it would be sprint number 2. And then you elaborate on the methodology and also take care of the other aspects. And my feeling, same like the term co-creation now is appearing in many documents, same is also the imperative to follow, adopt agile methodologies also to build your proposals. And this is the last slide I have. This is the first page of Tim Berners-Lee proposal to CERN in 1989. And his boss wrote there, vague but exciting. So it's a good thing that he wrote vague but exciting, because he may have written exciting but vague. So as I said before, this proposal, which may have changed the ways we work, we operate, we live our lives, may have not been accepted if it had been submitted today, which means that in this respect, great ideas, if they will fail to be promoted in a good way using the modalities or the templates or the formats that we are now needing to use, they would fail. And a bitter truth might be that mediocre ideas that can be presented very well and take advantage of the modalities and the templates may succeed. Okay. On this, I have ended also my second presentation. I think we have now 10 minutes to grab a coffee, but I see there are no questions. But on this last part, Grigoris, I would like to listen from you in case you have any comments or objections, and we might use these 10 minutes not to have all of us grabbing a coffee. I'm saying this because I already grabbed my coffee before, but in order to have a little exchange and something like a discussion. So Grigoris, how do you think about this?
First of all, I would like to thank you for the very insightful presentation, and particularly the part that brings about the fact that possibly great ideas like Tim Berners-Lee idea about the World Wide Web might not have been funded. And it's very often that we see this thing about when we see at the evaluation summary report, we see very often this passive-aggressive rejection on the behalf of the evaluators. It is not clear, it is not absolutely, does not cover all the aspects, all these facts that practically mean that if a proposal becomes too edgy for their taste, too disruptive for the taste, there might be a possibility that it will not be always accepted as a good, because we have to remember that this is the whole system, it's a large, but at the same time, it's a self-admiration society, meaning people who run projects, evaluate projects, and vice versa. So it means that we have developed a collective consciousness of the ecosystem. And if we want to succeed in proposals, we have to exactly understand and demystify this collective consciousness. Nevertheless, I would stress, I agree with you that we don't need to turn all the scientists into elevator pitch promoters. But at the same time, I very often, when we are preparing proposals together with scientific teams, I very often experience the possibility that scientists, in a way, abstain from, let me use the term, selling the research, selling the quality of their work, putting it forward. And I think that this is something that we need to somehow encourage, because excellent science is a value per se. But when we are asking for taxpayers' money, it's not about excellent science. It's a lot about impact, which is your next session. It's a lot about, we have to remember when we are asking, for example, for 10 million euros, we have to explain very well to society why this 10 million euros, to my mother who is paying the taxes, why this 10 million euros should not go to a hospital or to an elementary or a nursery school in the neighborhood, but rather to go on a scientific project. So this is why excellent science will remain always in the papers if we don't sell it properly to society. And since this is for the benefit of society, it's not selling in the cheap form. It's not like selling off. It's actually convincing society about the value of science. And this is something nowadays that we face all these anti-vaccine movements and all these stories. I think this is something very important to put forward. So that's my comment and with respect to that.
And no, you are right. And the thing is that it might be that it depends always on the point of view, because in the past, I had in some presentation also a picture. It was from the Solvay Conference of Physics, which took place in 1927, and it had all the big names: Einstein, Bohr, Heisenberger, Marie Curie, that has also a name now dedicated to her for a program in the commission. And I was provocatively saying to the audience that imagine now having Albert Einstein needing to fill out the impact summary about talking there, what will be the impact of his research. But the thing which actually I have now, when I was preparing the slides, especially for the impact section, I came up to exactly what you said, that there is pillar one about excellent science. There, the rules of the game may be different, but in our pillar now, we have to show that we can effectuate impact to the society, to the economy, for every euro of the taxpayers' money. And this is fair, which means that if Tim Berners-Lee were applying his idea for funding in the excellent science pillar, we could afford to care about the idea per se. But if he would apply in the pillar that we are now dealing with, he would need to build an appropriate narrative to demonstrate there why should he get financed and not someone else. So I think on time we may still, okay, let's start earlier the next set of slides, and we might conclude with all my presentations a little earlier so that you can have a bigger break at that point. And also, I see there are no questions yet, but I would welcome you to come up with questions and comments. So sometimes I know these passive aggressive, so if you have an objection about my presentation, please come up with this here and now. There is no need that you mention it in your evaluation there. So now it could be also useful because we might also change the way that the presentations are running. So now it is about the impact. I see now there is a question there. Gender dimension, yes. Early on, when this gender dimension term appeared, even from the Commission side, they didn't know exactly what they needed to conform to some gender equality standards. And what we were, all of us, doing was that we were writing there some text, but mainly we didn't care to show that our research was having gender dimensions. So, for instance, if we had a project that was dealing about...
Sorry, Diamandis,
please.
I interrupt you. We have two very interesting questions that will help us also wrap up the previous session before we enter. Is it okay with you that we discuss about them?
Yes, I already started answering the first question, which was about, great. Could you explain from Nur, could you explain again gender dimension? So I'm now doing this, yeah? Perfect. And then we go, but the threshold score for excellence, you can write there the answer, which is Grigoris from your side, so that we don't get behind in the time schedule. But Nur's question, I will answer it now. So the thing is that, imagine now we have a project which is about elderly people, older people with dementia, with Alzheimer, and we provide them with some robots and to facilitate their home, their stay at home, so that they don't need to go to some nursing houses. Now, the thing is that we might build our proposal, care about the technicalities of the robots, whether they might have compliance with robotic operating systems or what other features, and we might totally ignore the population, the target population that will receive our services, which means that our research would be gender agnostic. And we might run experiments only with men, only with women, or with a mixed population that we might not have cared at all to see if there are any gender dimensions. For instance, it might be that the amount of female people who have dementia and use a home robot for assisting them might improve their conditions or reduce their depression rates than with the male population, which means that it is as if people's research, whatever was this research, was leaving out the gender dimension. So, or a project which was about new mobility patterns in urban environments. Again, we might talk in general terms about users, about the target population, but without seeing there, for instance, it might be that some aspects of our interventions might facilitate women or might facilitate men, and the idea there is to not create exclusion conditions for some population, which means that it's not about demonstrating what will be in the implementation part. Appears again the term gender, but there it is about to show that we have also female participants in the teams, and we have some procedures that allow their equal handling of men and women in the project. But here the gender dimension is about including or introducing the gender aspects into our research. And as I said, it might be that for something there, I don't know, but I'm sure even blood pressure medication may be tested with men. So in that case, you may need to show there that you include also women. So this is the gender dimension. And I will now check, is Noor something that satisfies you, my answer, or not? Just write there, yes or no. So it's yes. Okay. Okay. So the next question, the threshold score for excellence criteria. I think that the thresholds to all are 3, 3, 3, but so it's, no, it's 3, the thresholds, but the overall threshold is 10. But if you care to meet the thresholds, you may not win the project. Okay. And I see now from Sedat, do we still need gender section even if our project focuses on nature itself? For example, our project may be related to bees and their living environment. How should the gender section be part of this project? If it should be. This is a challenging, Sedat, you are challenging me because I'm sure there that bees, there are female bees and male bees. But seriously now, it might be a case that you might simply need to show there that there is no gender dimension to this research. Okay, but if, for instance, your research, the results and the impact of your research will affect humans, there is again a gender dimension in the humans that will be recipients of the results of your research, which means that this is the thing there, that don't delegate this section to someone to write something. Try, if you use agile methodology, to spend some time collectively. So you might, for instance, say that in sprint number X, not necessarily in the beginning, but at some point, you will try to get collectively some ideas from all other participants. And in case you see there that all people in your team might come up with this, anonymously agree with you that there is no gender aspect in our research with bees, then try a little bit. I would even dare to say that even come up with a cold call to the commission and tell them that, look, we are seriously concerned about this. And by the way, if you are dealing with research about bees and their living environment, you may be a returning customer to Horizon Europe proposals, which means that it's a good idea to check exhaustively that your case doesn't have to do anything with gender dimension, and develop there a golden page to present this. Okay, which means that still you will need to spend some time on it and not right there, not applicable, and leave this page blank.
But I would also add, if you allow me, Adamantios, that the particular topics have not only have to do with the research of the bees, but it's also about the relationship with the farmers, because the gender dimension comes with the aspect of the end user, comes with the aspect of the female beekeepers. How can you help them possibly with your research get a better position in the market? Or comes also with the position of the female researchers in your group and in your team, and how you are going through the project to promote equal opportunities, etc. It also comes with the communication language of the project, which is related with how do you approach the stakeholders in a gender-neutral language. Generally speaking, what I want to say here, it's really very, very difficult to find a field of research that doesn't have a gender dimension, according to European Commission's mindset at least. So the best way is to work a little bit around to try to find indeed what are the topics which are bringing you a gender dimension into your research, and try to look at it from various, let's say, angles, because this is a part that is becoming more and more important nowadays in the Horizon Europe. So I would suggest that, generally speaking, there is the tendency to say our research has nothing to do with gender, but if we try to analyze it, as I said before, if you're engaging humans somehow, because you will have humans as end users, stakeholders, researchers, then the case is that most likely your research has something to do with gender. So you need to address it.
But you see, Sedat, you see now that what we are doing is that we are spending time, we are discussing, and it's like building a legal case with your advisors or with your lawyers to present it in the court. The more time you will spend, or your lawyers will spend, and the best you can have from lawyers. So you may have someone who has experience but not have time. You may have someone who has no experience but will have all the want to spend generously time. And this is the thing there, that if you regard that, okay, gender dimension, one page, okay, I will copy paste from some other proposal, or I will improvise something, then don't expect necessarily that people, when they will evaluate it, they will say it's a superb text here. Even if the people say that it's not having any gender aspect, they wrote a very convincing document, one page for this. Okay. Yes, Vildan, you write that your project got 8 and it failed. So 8 was below the threshold, which is 10. But as a side comment, though, actually I had some slides for the evaluation. I now feel intrigued to present them because I had them ready from the very first presentation set. So I will do this, but I will do this at the end, because there sometimes 8 is a very low score. So someone might feel totally demotivated to resubmit it. But sometimes a proposal that got 8 may be resubmitted and win. And sometimes a proposal that got 11 may not be worth to be resubmitted, which means that it's something like that it reached its limits, or it might from 11 go to 11.5. So in this respect, I would personally not at all tell that it's not a good idea to start resubmission process for this. No, not at all. And I see another one from Serhat. The 2020 project have TRL levels, but will vagueness of projects be confusion? How to interpret the balance between vagueness and TRL levels? Serhat, in my presentation that I left out some slides about first presentation about evaluation, I had also one slide devoted to TRLs. And if we make a break at some point, even of 5 minutes, I might bring this slide, and there I can provide an answer to this. Otherwise, to not spend time on it, you can send me, I have in all my presentation, my email, you can send me an email and I can answer this question to you, or we can have a chat anytime, so that, because we might be running out of time. But the thing with the TRL levels is that they are not a new thing at all. In United States, they were introduced by NASA in the 70s, and the European Commission discovered them and introduced them for the Horizon 2020. Now, there, they did not make a very consistent use of them, which means that in some calls, they were with dedication mentioning that for this call, project should start from TRL X and result to TRL Y. In some other calls, they mentioned only which would be the starting level of TRLs. In some other calls, they were mentioning only which will be the final resulting TRL level. And in many other calls, they didn't mention at all the TRL levels at all. Now, another reality, inside reality, is that, okay, when I had a technology and the call was asking for a technology to be at the TRL level 4, I was looking at my technology and saying, yes, it is 4. But if I change my mind to go to another call where the TRL should be 5, I might have a look again to my technology and say, yes, it's 4, but actually it's 5, which means that many people were adapting the levels of their technologies and technology readiness levels according to the call they would like to aim for. And this was a common practice or malpractice. And one reason for this is that there was no strict way to certify what a technology exactly is, which means that it was only a matter of a narrative, which is also a term now that officially the Commission uses. But on the other hand, you can always ground exactly and explicitly if your technology lies at some specific level. On the other hand, if this would be a disabling condition for you, so you see now that you have a technology at TRL level 2, and you are unable to submit proposals because in all open calls that are appropriate for you, they ask for technologies of TRL level 4 and above, what are you going to do? Okay, so there are other questions. So gender section is not only related to the direct impact of our research, it is also about the enablers, researchers, and indirect impact. No, about the enablers, I will mention it in the, not in this impact, it's about implementation, but yes, it is also about the indirect impact and well-being of the society and to different groups of the society. Okay, thanks, Serhat, I got your email. So now I will continue with the impact section because I see now that we took too much time in the discussion, but this is actually what creates value, and this is what we would do in case we would be collocated in the event and not over Zoom. How to write part per part the impact section now. So it's about the template, suggested process flow, and questions, concerns, worries to take care after. So here, impact was for many years considered as the less important section of a proposal. So no one was caring for it. So it was like the Cinderella of the proposals, yeah, of the proposal sections. Teams were happy to delegate to someone else to write it on their behalf. So I'm saying this from very personal experience. People have asked me and delegated to me or assigned me or outsourced to me in many proposals to write the impact section. So I think that I am perhaps the person who has written more impact sections in Europe than everyone else. And I'm not proud about it. And I have to tell you that I did not enjoy this at all, because every time I was feeling the risk, the threat, and the responsibility that I would come up with an impact section that will get a lower score than the other parts of the proposal. And imagine now that if you have a team writing the excellence, a team writing, the same team usually writing the implementation, and then you have a single guy there writing the impact, and then failing the proposal because the impact got a lower score. I will elaborate on this later. Now, so people usually cared for too little input there, close to absolutely minimum. And this was actually that we were asking all people to provide a small table with few lines about their exploitation plans and few lines about their dissemination plans. The main endemic disease of this approach, impact sections contain too many generic parts due to excessive and extensive copy-paste, or because they simply delegated one person to write the impact. That person may not have had a good idea about the research content of the proposal and may have been ending up again into writing generalities, which is not a good thing at all. And however, impact was of equal importance to the other parts. So it's good to take care of this blind spot and include impact, treat impact not as a stepchild anymore, okay? Which means that if sprint 1 is the impact summary, sprint 2 is the objective, sprint 3 is the methodology, before starting writing the work packages, it's a good thing to include in sprint 4 the impact. And chances for a change are good, same bad as before. I don't know, because as I said, for the entire duration of Horizon 2020, impact was of equal importance to the other sections. So I don't think necessarily that people now will use this opportunity to increase quality time and the quantity of time they devote for the impact. So now let's see a comparison between new and old templates. As I said also in the first presentation, there were two sections and they were same as in the old templates. It's only now that 2.1 is called Projects Pathways Towards Impact. It is reduced or limited only to 4 pages. And we have section 2.2, which is measures to maximize impact, dissemination, exploitation, communication, which again, it should take 5 pages. This is not difficult because also in the past, in our proposals, these sections were taking that amount of pages. In some cases, they were taking more, but it's not that now we have to come up with lengthier sections or much shorter. And these are the aspects to consider for impact. And again, same as before, for the excellence, it's all contained in this box. So it's about credibility of the pathways to achieve the expected outcomes and the suitability and quality of the measures to maximize expected outcomes and impacts with use of dissemination, exploitation, and communication activities. Now, let's see the first of these two sections. Again, the term narrative appears in the text. So again, this is an expert from section 2.1, and you see it appears the term narrative again there. And it also appears that we have to mention the outcomes and the wider impacts, which, as you may remember, are 2 of the 6 components of the impact summary, which means that somehow by following this process of starting from the impact summary, many pieces of the puzzle will fit to build the big picture in a normal way, in a natural, having a natural flow there. So you remember this slide that I had, that you can start from the needs and then go to the results or the impacts, or start from the outcomes and go to the results, impacts, or needs, or start from the results and go to the group, target groups, and outcomes. Here, the challenge will be to start from the specific dissemination, exploitation, and communication measures and connect them to specific needs or to specific target groups or to specific results. Which means that, for instance, a hypothetical example, if we build a new type of learning application for school children. So our target group will be school children, but at some point it will be also the teachers and the families of the school children, so that we are better prepared for the next pandemic, hopefully to not come in the next years. And so these are 3 distinct target groups. For each of these target groups, we might come up with different dissemination, exploitation, communication measures. And address each of these measures might increase the awareness for specific needs or try to help us bring the results closer to the target groups, which means that this idea that everything has to be connected to each other is a challenge on its own, but we should not ignore it. The easiest thing is that we ignore it and we continue with the process flows and the approaches we had in the past. But no, here it's really a challenge to build the impact summary and have every distinct element that appears there connected with the other ones. So a golden rule here for dissemination, exploitation, and communication is to not have any dissemination, exploitation, or communication activities that are unconnected to project activities. And also to not have any generic dissemination, exploitation, and communication activities. Now, if you ask me how you can do this, it's very easy. You don't assign this section to one person, but you deal, all of you, the team that writes the objectives or the implementation, will also write the dissemination, exploitation, communication part. And you will not come up with copy paste so that you save time and spend this time in other parts. No. And this is the thing there, that there are advantages in the new templates, but it's only actually, I think that people who now start writing proposals without having any prior information or knowledge may have better chances than people who had been champions in the past and had excessive experience, because if you have experience, you may fail because of your own success. So you are blinded by the methods that you applied in the past. So here, again, if we have a team and we design our activities of the project so that we will build some open source software for and the learning app, we can then see there how best can we disseminate and exploit and communicate these two results of our project, the new learning management system and an app to help pupils, teachers, and family members of the pupils to deal with this. So it's not a matter of outsourcing this or copying paste. It's good to understand the difference between dissemination and communication. Here, I would like also to ask Grigoris to tell me that there are still people, and many of us actually, that are confused. Is this dissemination or is this communication? And sometimes I have seen in many proposals, they got high marks, high scores, and they got also accepted. And a table that was appearing there for communication measures in one proposal has appeared under the dissemination measures in some other proposal. So even from the side of the evaluator, sometimes they are confused or they don't give much importance to it, but it's better to not risk. Okay, so it's good to see there what distinguishes a communication activity from a dissemination activity. And a concern, worry from the side of the proposers is to consider that, is it worth to invest on this section? This is not a trivial question, because many of you, I suppose, you come from academia, from research, and from industry, which means that if an academic spends time on a proposal and fails, and an academic scientist or researcher has written extensive parts of the objectives, they may submit it in some other national project, or at some point the reuse aspect and the hope for reuse is higher. But if you have written there an impact section, what might be the chances that you will need to reuse it? So this is actually what, so it's a chicken and egg situation. People didn't give attention and didn't put importance to impact because they knew that it had little value for them. Therefore, they outsourced it, they delegated it to someone else. Which means that now I'm the one who tells you, please generously assign resource to this. On the other hand, it's worth for you to consider that this might be an investment that might not necessarily pay off. So for me, it's not a no, it's a yes. And the reason is that even in national projects, you will need to convince the research funding organizations that your research is worth to be given taxpayer money, so not the European taxpayer, but the Turkish taxpayer money. And there is a trend in general about science for and with the society, other programs, which means that even if you consider that you may be in your golden ivory tower, that you are like the example before, that your research is about bees and their natural environment, at some point you will be asked, or it will be a demand on you to situate your research with other societal aspects, climate change, pollution, which means that if you are equipped to deal with impact aspects and also come up with good narratives there, it will be an asset for you. So in this respect, it is all worth to spend time on it because it will be an investment for future. The excellence section 1 is a means to an end, seize challenges, achieve impacts, and effectuate positive change to the society. This also lies at the heart of Pillar 2, because Pillar 2 is about global challenges. And it is in this respect that spending time on the impact will increase your chances of winning a project under Pillar 2. So Pillar 2 is about global challenges for society, for economy. So it's something that the impact should be cared after, of equal importance. The impact summary, I think we covered this, so we don't need at all to spend time on it now. It is what we discussed in the first presentation. And it's not about the impact only. So follow-up questions here. I will now go to my next presentation, and it is about implementation. And again, we have the same structure. And implementation was for many years considered as the second important section after the excellence. And people spent unimaginably much time to design, negotiate, develop, fine-tune their work packages. And work packages were like, I see someone raised the hand. There is something I should mention, or it was accidental. I am ready to expect questions, but I don't know how to deal with a raised hand.
I say, would you like to type your question, maybe, if you have one?
Okay, I will continue, and I say you can write your question. Work packages were like small kingdoms of the times of feudalism, and there were also wars between them or within them. So either between work package 2 and work package 4, or even within a work package, it might be that the task leaders were fighting, or they were not happy about the results or the outcomes of one work package or one task that are expected to be fed to some other work package. And teams were spending so much time on this, and to write, describe in detail the tasks, the deliverables, as if they were taking for granted that their proposals would be funded. And this was a mistake. And many times the links between section 1 and 3 were not as well taken care after, which means that there were lots of loose ends, like things that we mentioned or promised in section 1, in the objectives, or in the ambition about how we advance the state of the art. They were totally forgotten in section 3, which means that now these connections should be very well taken care after. So there should not be any loose ends. Everything that has been promised in an objective and then appearing some text there that we advance the state of the art in some algorithms, it has to be reflected into some work package or task. Otherwise, they will see there that we mention things in the section 1 that are not related or connected to some implementation in section 3. Now, new versus old. There were 2 sections instead of 4 in the old templates. So now we have the work plan and resources, which is 14 pages, including tables. And we have the capacity of participants and consortium as a whole. And there is one reason for celebration. And the reason of celebration is that we don't have any more these old section 3.2, management structure and decision making. And this was something that we were, all of us, ending up copying, pasting this part from some successful proposal. And the problem was not that we failed in copying from a successful proposal. The problem was the lack of specialization. And it was not an uncommon thing that we had copied, pasted a management section from a proposal that promised that we would have an ethics advisory committee and a special interest group or a special industry group. And in our proposal, we never mentioned this, which means that now it's good for the Commission that they are not spammed with this section. And it's also good for us that we don't have to copy paste or spend time to adapt, tailor, and make quality checks. And something new is that the old section, consortium as a whole, which was section 3.3, is now called 3.2 and is upgraded to 3 pages. In the past, the practice was even to have half page or 1 page of generalities. I have an example later and some nice maps of Europe. New section 3.1 contains both what was part of section 3.1 in the past and section 3.4, which are the resources and the efforts, the table of efforts, person months, and some information about cost elements. So now it's about this last part that are the evaluation criteria. And again, it's all in this box. You can read it, but it reflects exactly section 3.1 and 3.2. And let's see now each of these 2 sections. So, as I said before, section 3.1 is same as in the old template, plus the list of milestones and the critical risks that were part of the section 3.2 that the Commission now abandoned. We now have to include them in section 3.1. And also the table that is showing number of person months, financial information, justification for other cost categories, subcontracting, are now part of section 3.1. So all tables of section 3 in the past are now included in section 3.1. So we don't have any new tables, but we also did not get rid of any of the old tables, okay? So there are no surprises here. So it's not a terra incognita at all. So about capacity of participants and consortium as a whole, 3 pages. As I said, it's an evolution of section 3.3 and the old template. And the old section 3.3 ended up, what I write here is, in containing aesthetically not convincing maps of Europe and some rather spacey tables. So I have some example here. And now there is, so this is from a proposal that I participate, otherwise I would not include information from other people's proposals. So this was a proposal that I participate. So you see, they have a map here, and these also comes from another proposal that I participated. You see the same map. It's not me that copy pasted the map, but it was the institution I was working for at that time. They had this map, and all people who were submitting proposals, they use it. And you see, it's not anything value adding. And people also came up with maps like these, where they had here, I excluded the names of the partners here for obvious reasons, but you had here something like partner A, B, C, 3, and then some aspects there and how each of them had some expertise or relevant or what are the roles in the project. So this was not necessarily much sense making information in the past. And the idea now is that in section 3.2 now, we have 3 pages. And we have to describe the consortium and also explain why the consortium matches the project objectives. So their specific aspects of interdisciplinarity or transdisciplinarity or cross-disciplinarity. And then show how this includes expertise in social sciences, open science, gender aspects. So everything that was appearing in the previous sections 1 and 2. Show how partners will have access to critical infrastructure. This might not be relevant to the majority of proposals. Describe how the members complement one another and cover the value chain. So everything that you see here means that the consortium has to take care of writing some very high quality 3 pages for this section, which means that if some people think that, okay, now we have 3 pages, which means that we can have several maps of Europe, and for the target users, 1 map, for the target, for the results, for the pilots, for the needs, and then we may have several tables there that we can show the relevance with different disciplines or with social science and humanities, or to, no, it's not a good idea. So here it needs a very high quality text. Of course, you can annotate your text and enrich it with some tabular information or with some drawings or some figures, but it needs a very well thought, actually it is something like a management summary about the assets that this consortium brings for implementing this proposal, which means that you have to convince that not only your proposal is excellent and is worth to be funded because you take care also of the impact aspects, but also that this consortium is like God has chosen it and its destiny to have this consortium implementing this project. Okay, so to use the analogy with Tim Berners-Lee, why should the World Wide Web project be funded but be also assigned for Tim Berners-Lee to run it? Okay. Follow-up questions here. You will see this also in the slides that you will download. And now we go to the last question, and now it's about money. And this was a recent request that we have been asked by TÜBİTAK to include this. And actually, I'm very happy because I'm sure that people don't give much importance to this. They either regard this as some part of administrative information, so they might not at all care about how one can come up with some processes to deal with budget issues, but from the practice-oriented perspective. So now, actually, it's about how to prepare a budget, some financial issues related to proposal writing, and some tips and some do's and don'ts. So on the budgets are predefined for both all the calls and each of the topics, which means that we already have estimates on how much money will be allocated at maximum or as a range to each project, and also how many projects will be funded. So that's it. It's a take it or leave it. For instance, this was from a previous version. I don't know if there is a new one because they still have the old deadlines here. But so for this call, they have 20 million and they will finance projects that will be in a range between 10 to 20 and an estimate of a project that can be funded. Okay. So, isn't this rather too much information? Now, it makes people, so all of us, like wanting to apply game theory principles like in a zero-sum game like Prisoner's Dilemma, which means that if all people will go to calls that shall finance more than 2 proposals, which is what currently most people try to do. So they find an ideal fit for a call, and then they see they will finance only 1 proposal. No, it's a no-go. But they find then a less relevant call, but it will finance 4 proposals. They might feel more comfortable. But as I write here, if all people would go to the calls that shall finance more than 2 proposals, then competition will unfairly or uncontrollably increase to these topics. On the other hand, it is too risky to go for calls that finance only 2 or even 1 proposals. And is this a relevant aspect to consider? Unfortunately, yes. And this is something that makes people perhaps lose their motivation or feel uncomfortable, because it makes a process like this of preparing a scientific application for funding, it makes it look like a lottery, which should not be the case. And is there a solution to this? Yes. So, as with many things in life, it is a matter of the perspective. And it's about having either a bird's eye view versus a worm's eye view. So here you see the bird's eye view in a top-down fashion, and here you see things from a bottom-up fashion. Now, bird's eye view means that we care for the big picture of our proposal. We address individual partners' funding from such a top-down perspective, and it is a must for the coordinator to adopt this approach. So otherwise, one will be lost. So here, what I'm actually recommending is that those of you that will be coordinating proposals, you should build on your own the big picture for the proposal budget, and then try to address each individual partner's funding from the top-down perspective. And it's also good for the entire partnership and each individual partner. So it's not only good for the coordinator to not have headaches, but it's also good for the partners. And the worm's eye view will ensure, of course, individual interest. So if you have in a bottom-up fashion all partners declaring how much funding they need, but people tend to follow this, and in many calls that there is some level of funding that is generally good, people can claim as much as they feel they can claim there. And but this is not a good practice, because it ends up in asymmetries that are very easy for externals to immediately spot, which means that though the commission call was giving you a range between 10 and 20 million, you thought that, okay, why should we quarrel and have arguments amongst us? We can make all of us happy and ask for more. And then you end up with a proposal that its value is for 10 million, that asks for 20 million. And for you that have the inside perspective, you may not be able to see this or realize this, but for someone who is an external, like an evaluator, it's a very easy thing to spot. Now, the background on this is that partners care for their individual components, their part of the budget. And they usually think, we all think in terms of transforming the money that we get, and the biggest amount is for personnel expenses, to how many people we will be able to employ. So for research and academic organizations, we think, okay, this may be 2 full-time research assistants and 1 PhD student, or 1 postdoctoral researcher and 1 research associate. Now, following this way of thinking, it might be ending up in an NP-complete problem, or like squaring the circle, but it also does not need to end up like this. And here are some tips. If you are the coordinator, do care for the big picture firstly, so that what you are aiming to build, objectives, results, and outcomes, is reflecting the money that you are asking for. Do also care for consistency in how much is asked for the different phases of the project. For example, it's not a good idea to ask for 25% of the budget for concepts and vision and the high-level design, so things that we usually have in work package 1 and 2, and then only have 10% for implementation and the rest for demonstration, dissemination, and exploitation, which means that in many cases we have asymmetrically large work packages for some aspects of the work, and some other work packages are again having too few resources. And a cursed source of asymmetries is the labor rates. Here, I think that we all have experiences, and I have been quite mobile because I worked in Greece, in Ireland, in Germany, now I'm in Switzerland, and these labor rates vary vastly, which means that an engineer or a researcher or a programmer or an assistant in country X compared with the costs of an engineer or researcher, programmer, assistant in country Y. And to not speak in general terms, X may be Denmark, Norway, Switzerland, and Y can be Spain, Italy, Greece, or Turkey. Now, what I mean here is that, and again, I will not avoid bringing some personal example. The labor rate that we currently use in the institution I work for was 11,000 euros. I gave a fight to convince people to at least make it 4 digits, which we now officially use 9,450. But people were not happy in my organization with this. But I had a very good reason for this, because having a very high labor rate, first of all, I am not as welcome to my other European partners. And there is there a very good question. It's about the value. One line of code or one line of text or 1 hour of a researcher's work costs for sure differently in the various countries, but for the project purposes, what matters is the value it brings, which means that it's not a pleasant thing to have people taking or organization taking a lion's share because of the labor rates that are high in their countries. Now, the thing is that in many cases, it's even in certain organizations. So in Ireland that I was, for instance, we had an excessively higher labor rate in the institute that I was working in comparison to other institutes of the university, which means that labor rates are actually a cause of many asymmetries in the budget and of many headaches. But in this respect, one should also be cautious with this. And as I said, 1 line of code or 1 line of text or 1 hour of researcher's work, they may cost differently in the various countries, but the value is what it is important. So in this respect, trying to avoid the fallacy of having 2 class or two levels of partners in your consortium, because it will appear as a problem later, but it will also look like a problem in the proposal. So it's good to avoid, first of all, to pump up all partners' budgets to make them happy. No. And pump up all partners' budgets to keep balances within the consortium. Again, it's a no-go. And it's difficult to achieve to make all people happy. What people usually do is prefer to try please all during the proposal preparation and submission than make people unhappy in the proposal submission, but possibly win the project. So it is in this respect that for those of you that will be coordinators, it is all worth to make people unhappy but win the project than make them happy with generous amounts of the funding and then fail to win the project. And an exemplary process for coordinators is step 1, on your own or with your own team or partners that you trust, you have worked in the past, they are close to you, develop a draft of the resources for the entire project. not the money, only the person months. Once you have this draft with some initial assignments of resources for all work packages, include now the labor rates to come to a first estimate of the project costs. Which means that in case, for instance, you have a very good, reasonable, sense-making allocation of resources in step one, where you have a partner from the south, let's say, and a partner from the north that have the same amount of resources, and then you put there the labor rates, and you see there that these will create big asymmetry in the budget, then you might reduce some of the resources for the partner from the north and increase some of the resources from the partner of the south. And you may need also to add some default figures for travel. So this is something that you can come up with some ballpark figures on your own. And then you look at it and say, does it look okay? Are there any anomalies to correct or oversights to fix? If not okay, go back to step one. If okay, communicate to all partners and try and make only small corrections to it. Now, there is a case there now for the partners. So in case you will not coordinate proposals, but you will be partners in other people's proposals that someone else will coordinate. So there, my advice will be the following. Try stay close to the coordinator. Try see things from their own perspective. Helping actually the coordinator will eventually help you. And you can for sure put pressure and express your wants and make demands, but it is wiser to win a project than only the negotiations in a failed proposal. Which means that at some point, on the other hand, there is always a risk there that coordinators may ignore people's opinions. In that case, someone might say it's up to you to not get married to this coordinator and to this consortium. So in many cases, people show their characters from the face of the proposal submission. So if you see there someone who is a very unpleasant person, would you like to spend 3 years of your life with them only because they may be successful? So the longer run is what helps you gain from. And unless, of course, you may not care to work again with the team, be it that the proposal succeeds or fails. So, and for the individual budget, cost and budget planning for an EU project may differ than for an internal project in your organization. And many resources are spent on communications, which means that in many cases, there are, of course, overheads that are paid from the Commission, which are 25% of the total direct costs. But these are not related to the people that you will need to hire for working in the project, which means that the difficulty here is to find the right persons. And again, a mistake that we do here is, and I will report an example that comes from my experience, is that I will mention the example. So I was involved in a project as a partner at the time that I was in Germany. It was an innovation action project. And our main responsibility in the entire project was to lead the task. So we were task leaders in a work package, and our task was very specific. It was about multilingual semantic support. And the person months that we got allocated in this project were 38. The person months we were allocated for this specific task were 17. Now, how things turned out, we had to contribute in many other tasks and activities we were not planned to be involved. But our task, our core task, the one that we were planned to allocate 17 person months, was much lighter than it was planned to be. And a thing to keep always in mind is that if there is a good result and outcome, no one might care to get in the details. On the other hand, if you hire a postdoctoral researcher or a programmer for a task, and then you need to have this person involved in other activities that might be with dissemination, exploitation, communication, or to spend time about building the concept of the project, people might not be trained to do this, and they might either suboptimally perform, or they might not at all like to be involved in these activities, which means that the idea is to hire people that might be also a little bit of versatilists, that they can be very well specialized into the task that they were hired to conduct, but also to other activities. And for me, if I could present this as a success story, it is because I had the good luck. It was not someone that I hired, it was someone that was in our team. So what I could praise myself is that I chose that specific person who possessed all the required soft skills like empathy and being a nice person and offering himself to be involved in other people's tasks and help them. But this is an important thing, and in many cases, it's not an easy thing to find nowadays in industry or in academia or in research centers. And so now you see, this was the task that what we were supposed to do, but I found a person to be involved in this who was willing to be involved in other tasks that were not related to this task specifically, which means that at the end, it is the people of your team that will make your project be profitable or make it be bringing you into losses. Because if the people will be exhibiting this versatility, there will be no problem. Okay. And as I said, you plan for one person to fully work in your project for 36 months, and this person may be working for the project. It's not always good, or working only for themselves. For sure, it's not good. So it's a case like you hire a postdoctoral researcher, and the researcher wants to improve their career. So they might take the job for the salary, for the money, but they might not care for the project. Okay. And the idea is to be able to keep people happy in all fronts, care for the project, but not burn more resources than planned, and increase the value of your organization's contribution to the project, and increase also their own individual learning capital and knowledge, which means that sometimes when we start in a project, we may show high levels of goodwill, but as time goes by, we try to reduce our goodwill only to things that are the absolute minimum. This might be possible, but if all partners in a project do it, then there will be inefficiencies in the project as a whole. And for the above, you can find these qualities, let's say, in people of all levels, entry-level people, junior people, or senior people. So it's not something that is a characteristic of some specific level of seniority. And the other thing is that they are not easy to find skills at all. When to deal with the budget? Not early in the proposal preparation, as partners who will get a high share will not care to contribute much if they feel accommodated. Partners who will take a small part will lose motivation and not care to contribute much at all. So Napoleon is attributed that he has said once that every time I promote a person, I make one person to not be grateful at all, and the rest of them, they are disappointed, which means that in this respect, if you prepare the budget in an early phase of the proposal preparation, this will not be good for the proposal. And ideal for me is when almost 80% or even 95% of the proposal is already prepared. And this is not only a matter of tactics. How can one budget for things that have not been defined or described yet? So it makes sense to come up with a proposal in a rather late stage of the proposal development. Okay? So any follow-up questions, you can contact me anytime. And I see that we don't have any questions. But in case people would like to ask questions, please feel comfortable.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would ask Grigoris to come up with questions.
I would like to ask a question.
Please.
Yesterday, I presented the process of writing a proposal, and I came to the part of the budget. And I would really like to hear your opinion on that. We have a case, we have two different styles of budget negotiations. The one is the one-to-one budget negotiations, that the coordinator somehow predefines a budget or earmarks a budget and then calls the partners one by one and starts.
Which may be also what I also suggested here.
This is also what I suggest. But there are also, and particularly we see it in the geographies of the Nordics, this approach, we have these ideas about open, transparent budget negotiations. This is what I consider myself a recipe for lots of drama. However, I see it becoming more and more popular these days. Yesterday, just to give you an indication, we ran a quick poll in this group, in the participants of this workshop, and we saw that there is a strong preference towards the open negotiation model, which I don't know. Personally, I have barely seen it working well. Normally, it generates huge drama and huge people tend to value their egos comparing to the money they get in each proposal. So I want to hear your opinion about that.
Yeah, for me, it is, okay, I'm 52 years old. I'm praised, and I was born in Greece, and so Greece is Balkans, and for me, Turkish people are like family, and Scandinavian people, I met them in projects. I have never been there, living there, but I have also experiences all these years that I'm off Greece and also now in Switzerland. The thing is that I have no problem in open processes. The thing is that how much time they will take. So if they will disable that we write a good proposal, I would prefer to leave it for the last mile, and if you like, a variation between what I suggested to make it a little more Scandinavian is that we all of us agree that it's a good idea to not discuss the budget in an early phase. So why? Very simple reason, because people who will get much money, they will lose their interest for working on the proposal. People who will get too little money, they will also lose their interest to work for the proposal. Okay. Now, we all agree that we leave it for the end, and then we start a discussion about this open, transparent, with democratic processes, though actually democratic is a difficult term to understand because we may have many implementations of democratic procedures. What I mean here is that democratic and transparent, all people want to increase their amount of money and resources and reduce the amount of work. Or sometimes they might accept to have a fairly high amount of work, but also take as much money as they want. Which means that it's by definition that they have their own individual interests, which means that in this respect, this idea about having someone, the invisible hand or the coordinator, but it's not an authoritarian style. I could provide you another example and tell you that actually this idea about the coordinator coming up with a first draft is something like the simplex method. Eventually, it provides you with an optimization so that you go to a better solution, but it starts from something. So what actually this centralized paradigm, it allows that instead of having people talking and not having a starting point, the coordinator may start the democratic process, but may also tell to all people, look, I have thought about the project because I'm coordinator, I have the bird's eye perspective, and I suggest that this can be a starting point for the budget. Now, the difference is that now, if you have all now people in an open, transparent process involved in this difference is that if now you are our coordinator and it's me, Miriam, and Alexander, that we are partners. And all three of us know how much each of us takes and how much the other ones takes. I will have a natural tendency to tell you, Grigoris, look, I worked very hard. The idea for the proposal was mine. I elaborated section X and Y and Z, and we will also carry out these work packages. Why are you giving to Miriam more resources? It's stupid. And by the way, these stupid, endless discussions, I have faced them, experienced them, and it's a difficult thing to say now to senior people that don't behave like a child, which means they behave like a child because we gave them the opportunity to behave like a child. Otherwise, I think that you can discuss with people individually their budgets. And I have seen also, I had worked with some colleagues recently. They are from my organization and they are senior people, and they were directors of an institute. The other was the responsible, the head of a competence center. And they were very comfortable to accept anything. And I have worked with people who had no experience, and they were there like vultures, which means that no, and it's not a good idea there because it's also a late phase to kick people out of the proposal. So I think that this is actually something, an unpleasant thing. And for me, sometimes I have no problem to accept that someone will assign me a reduced amount of the budget, or I may have the opportunity to convince them to increase it. But no, I would appreciate the role of the coordinator, and I respect my coordinator. And then perhaps I might not want again to work with him or her, but at least I respect their role as long as they have it, which is a very democratic quality. And this is something that you know what I mean. So
yes, absolutely.
It may be our bad luck that me, Miriam, and Alexander, in my hypothetical example, we have had you as our coordinator. But if I now start to not show respect to you and your role, it's not good for all of us and for the
Perfect. I think that in order to try to stay on the time, we need to go now to the questions from the participants, and we have some very interesting ones. We have a couple of questions by Ilkem. One is that what are the chances for success at second or third application after significant improvement of the project? This is, I think, a very
good. Ilkem. Okay, Ilkem, you will see it in my slides, the one that I have not played before. So, and I will go very quickly. It's some anecdotal evidence, okay, and it's stories from the trenches. So it's what they call war stories, but they are real war stories, not fictitious or hypothetical. And I have two examples. This was a call of 2016. Again, I'm not providing confidential information that I was not part of, so I was a partner there. And it was a project, and as you see, so I was with University of Passau at that time, and it got 14. Excellence, it got 5. Impact, it got 4.5. Quality and efficiency of implementation got 4.5. Okay. A year before, this proposal had been submitted. As you see, it got 9. Okay. I don't know if you stopped it, but the slides will contain this confidential information, which means that in any case, there is no problem from my side to disclose this. And the excellence part got 2.5. 2.5 is not something that you can call it a promising score for resubmitting a proposal in the future. And then impact got 3.5 and quality got 3. So what happened? There have been changes and improvements for sure in all aspects. So we have improved the core idea. We made changes in the consortium, the proposal. But one might say, do these changes justify the change from 9 to 14? And what was the case? Did we come up with a more convincing story in the second year? Did we have a better consortium, a change in the evaluators' attitudes and moods, lobbying, politics, all of the above, none of the above? No one knows. But let's see another case. So this is the opposite, that sometimes things go from bad to worse, or from good to bad. Now, this was a proposal. Again, I was in all these proposals participant, so it's not something that I'm disclosing information from other people's private sphere. And this time, this proposal got 10.5. And excellence, it got 3.5. So in comparison with the other proposals that got 2.5, someone might say, for God's sake, forget it. Don't ever submit that proposal again. So this proposal got 3.5. And in impact, it got 3.5. And in quality and efficiency of implementation, it got 3.5. So with 10.5, we felt like we are even half a score above the threshold. So it was all worth to go for it again the next year. And the next year, we got 6.5. 6.5. It's a ridiculously low score. 2.5, 2.5, and implementation 1.5. Now, what happened? There have been again changes and what we considered as improvements in all aspects, the core idea, the consortium, the proposal. But how did it end up in a change of the score from 10.5 to 6.5? And again, someone might think that, okay, it is lobbying, it is the evaluators, or it is bad luck. All of them, none of them, which means that now to address your question, Ilkem, the chances for success at second or third application after the significant improvement of the project are always good. And sometimes one needs not to go for a second time and then forget it. So for me, I had experiences with proposals that we submitted 5 times, and the 5th time we won it, but it was with a different consortium, it was with a different partnership, and we made severe changes in the proposal. So it's and some other times we had proposals that got 12.5, and the consortium was so unwilling to meet again and work again. And it was a good thing, because I don't think that if we had resubmitted these proposals, we might have won them. So it's something like that with people in life. You meet them once, you like them, you hate them, you dislike them, but you have a feeling that you might meet them again in the future and things might improve or might not work at all. So there is a chaotic and stochastic aspect there. I think that this answers your question. And in any case, you can ask me, write to me, and we can discuss it further. Instagram, Twitter, dedicated web pages, YouTube channel, and significant papers are usually used for dissemination. Is there any other interest manner of dissemination that you have experienced? This is what I mentioned before, that someone might say that Instagram, Twitter, dedicated web pages, and YouTube channels might be for communication and not for dissemination. And dissemination might be something different, but there, again, if you have a YouTube channel where you keep abreast scientists about your recent or latest results, you might say that I'm using YouTube as a dissemination modality. While if I do this for a wide audience, this is again dissemination, but it might have also some aspects of communication. So there, I'm sure the definitions of dissemination communication in the commission documents, they provide very exactly explanations and examples, so there will be no ambiguity there. Is there a minimum amount of person month cost among EU countries, affiliate countries? No, but there is which means that there are companies, and Grigoris can correct me, I'm sure there are companies in Greece that they may have a very conservative labor rate that may be 1,500 or 2,000 euros. and they try to keep this labor rate very close to the real labor rates that the company pays their employees. But imagine, for instance, I was in Greece in a big company, and there a big company is like, ancient Egypt. You had people who were building the pyramids, and you had the kings, which means that at that point, one could have the capacity in such a company to provide the CVs and involve and have financed people in the cost statement that are from the penthouses of the salary scale, not from the lower levels. And this is also in many cases now in startups, spin-outs, spin-offs, or whatever other small companies. They may come up with a high labor rate from the outstart, which means that I would rather advise you, and this applies also for universities. So it might be that some established universities with a long track record, they may have higher labor rates than a smaller regional university. So what I would suggest is that you can informally get information from chatting with different people to get a feeling about their labor rates that they use in proposals. And usually people don't have a problem to disclose this information. And then after you know this, you can then suggest your own. So if now all people provide a very low labor rate, the problem is at some point that if you see that other people have provided higher labor rates, so you now work in a project and win or gain less money than the one that you could have earned. But the thing is that this discussion we had also in another event, and one of the key experts of Odysseus Spirit mentioned that it's not about the money, or it's not all about the money, which means that, but on the other hand, I think that in some cases, behaviors of people who are greedy are in general rewarded. And behaviors of people who have a humble approach are usually punished, which means it's not uncommon thing now in European projects. Don't forget the case of Nasreddin Hoxha, who went in a party, in a dinner with his old coat and then came back with his new coat, which means it's a general thing in life. But I think that you should not go to something that will be excessively above the average of your community, be it companies or universities. Can an institution declare single rate for person months cost depending on the title of employees and applied for all European projects each year? This has to do with the policies of each institution. And in many cases, institutions, organizations, they have an official labor rate that they use. But also in this official rate, there are exceptions. So some academic in a university might negotiate or get an allowance to use a higher or a lower labor rate. In Green Deal calls, our project that we involved as partner took 12 points and passed all thresholds, but project was rejected despite the success. What are the reasons after passing all the thresholds? It's because the money is not infinite. So this is something that they have. It's something that they had, like the example I showed before, that they had 20 million euros to allocate to 5 proposals. So if they had many proposals that got scores like 12, so it's not uncommon. Grigoris, please correct me, but there are also proposals that get 14 or 14.5.
In Green Deal, I had a proposal with 14.5 and was not funded.
Yeah. And on the other hand, my experience in the past, we had proposals who got 11 and got funded. Okay, but now it's more and more that the competition is more fierce. What do you mean about lobbying? How can we lobby? Okay, this is a good question. Actually, there are many definitions about this or approaches about this, but what I mean here is that there are people who may have been enjoying a high visibility to the Commission's eyes or to specific units of the Commission eyes. The project officer knows these people, and these people are very well communicating in conduct. They participate in events, in info days. They even help somehow the Commission to come up with defining concepts or drafting documents there, being there close to them. And in this respect, these people may have an advantage. And but there are always newcomers, which means that now if you start and it's your day one, you might pick up the phone and arrange to have a meeting. Now with Corona, it's a difficulty with the project officers that are responsible for this call. So you might present them your ideas. You might start a relationship. Of course, in the beginning, it might be from your side to them. But if you insist and invest, and in this respect, it is that lobbying is something that it needs like an apple tree. It might need some years to produce fruits. And there are many partners that claim that they can assist in the lobbying, but this is something that they promise without being able to do this. But this might open the door in many consortia. Usually people who claim this are not capable to do it. But the thing is that there is always space for increasing or some other way. Imagine now that you submit a proposal, that case before about the bees and the natural environment and the bees, and after the submission, you submit a proposal in your research area, and somehow Financial Times present you, have an article about you, or there is coverage in the media, which means that the project officer who will evaluate or be involved in the evaluation of your proposal will read about your proposal in a newspaper. In this respect, it's not lobbying, but it is some type of improving your chances of success. And all means there are acceptable there. And usually a problem there is, I had very recent bad experiences with coordinators and consortia that failed to even do some very little obvious things about increasing the visibility of their work in this area. Not even updating their websites about putting there some relevant information about the proposal they recently submitted, which is something like that. People spent 3 months writing a proposal, and then they fail to update their institute's websites to show there that they are also doing these things as part of their research portfolio. So for me, this is something like that, a body language that says there that they would not like to succeed at all, which is like a human drive, let's say, but it's not worth to consider when you want to win. So there are no other open questions. In case there are other questions, please send me an email. And I think we are almost, so Miriam, I'm apologizing for this delay in ending my session on time, yeah?
No worries, Adamantios. What we will do now is we will have 1 hour break. So we are coming back at 1:15 strictly, Turkish time, Istanbul time. And at 1:15, we will continue by deploying some examples from previous projects in the food sector, agri-food sector, but also getting inside the minds of the evaluators, thanks to Miriam's insights. So please, 1:15 sharp, we are all back. Thank you very much, and we talk soon.
Okay, thanks.
That's
I believe we can start in about 3, 4, 5 minutes.
Yes.
Okay, let's give one more minute to people to join or to finish what they're doing, and then we can start. So, welcome back. Like yesterday, today I also have the role to wake you up after the lunch break. I hope the next session will be useful. It's going to be short, namely, in the next half an hour, I will try to present some, actually, hopefully two if time allows, successful projects related in the agri-food value chain, so projects which are somehow similar or relevant to the ones that you are planning to submit. And I will try to do so by explaining you the details of the projects. Obviously, they're not from Horizon Europe because this is the first call of Horizon Europe, but they are from the last calls of Horizon 2020, and those two are current running projects that I am engaged as part of my other activities. I would like to share the projects not only from the perspective of the content of the projects, this is something that you can find on the internet, but to use it as an opportunity to make you familiar with the challenges that we face during project preparation, proposal preparation. So this is going to be the task. Sometimes I might be skipping slides. The slides will become available to you from our website later on, so there is no need for me to read what you are mentioning in the PowerPoint, that would not add value, but by pointing you the points that I consider as interesting in developing proposals. Of course, then we will have a Q&A session that I will be more than happy to answer to questions. Let's start with this project. This project is called Plutos. The title is Data-Driven Sustainable Agri-Food Value Chain. It's a project that is quite big. It has a total funding that approaches the 7 million. It has a 3 years duration, and it has 33 partners from 10 countries. So it's quite a big, group, consortium. We apply the multi-actor approach in not only in partner composition, but also in project implementation. But let's look at the partners composition. So the consortium includes farmers' organizations and farm businesses, food industry companies, traders, distributors, food brand owners, SMEs, certification parties, NGOs, public authorities, digital innovation hubs, and so on. So it's quite a diverse consortium, but all the partners have a special role in the context of the project. So what we want to do, we want to rebalance the agri-food value chains, and we want to address the challenges identified by the Green Deal and Farm to Fork strategy. This means to reduce environmental footprint, to support small-scale farmers, to empower consumers, to improve soil health, reduce food waste, develop ecosystem services payments, and so on. And we want to do that by integrating behavioral change, business models, and digital technologies. So it is very important for the project to take this holistic approach. You will see that in the majority of the Cluster 6 calls now, we move well beyond agronomy. We are addressing behavioral change issues, business modeling issues. These are important things to be able to bring innovation and technology into the farming and in the food sector. In a nutshell, what we want to do is to rebalance the agri-food value chain by establishing what we call in the framework of the project a sustainable innovation framework that simultaneously works with technologies, behaviors, and business models. And hopefully by the end of this process, we will achieve more sustainable, more competitive, more efficient, and resilient agri-food value chains, which are serving the European citizens. You can see here that we have specific objectives, and the specific objectives, for example, that's a good example, how do we establish objectives? One specific objective of the project is to establish an ecosystem of innovative agri-food value chain across Europe and assess them against their ability to achieve sustainability and cooperation across the value chain. Here, when we are describing an objective, is of utmost importance to identify target outcomes, to link these target outcomes with key performance indicators, and to quantify them. So this is the process of establishing objectives. We very often see in proposals, and particularly in the ones that are not successful, listing objectives. Great, but when you don't add numbers to your objectives, when you don't add key performance indicators, objectives looks like wishful thinking. Another objective here, I don't want to take you through the objectives one by one, but the idea here is that to see that there is a consistency of this aspect, that all the objectives are tied with target outcomes and key performance indicators. And this is what makes the project manageable during its implementation. So the evaluators want to see that the project will be the consultant will be able to implement the project, but also the European Commission and the external reviewers will be able to monitor the progress of the project. How? Not only on deliverables, but also based on KPIs. So I move further down of the KPIs. So what are the outcomes? What are the final results of the project? A sustainable innovation framework. This is a methodology that enables the assessment of sustainability-focused innovations. Guidelines to support the different pilots, the so-called sustainable innovation pilots, but also a Plutos Innovation Academy, a module that offers consulting services and target support, technologies ready when they need to be implemented, and so forth. Also, other outcome is mapping the sustainable innovation in terms of behavior, in terms of business models, and in terms of technologies. Provide policy recommendations that can help policymakers to support the transition of the agri-food system towards a sustainable model, but also to develop sustainable and collaborative business models. That because the business models that apply in the digital economy not necessarily apply in the agri-food sector. We need lots of customization to make things proper over there. And then, of course, you have technologies, you have data capture and feedback systems, and you have, very important, 11 sustainable innovation pilots. You have cases where real users from the whole value chain use and evaluate the technologies, the business models, and all the services that the project offers. Here you can see how we are bringing together the sustainability in the food value chain development. This is based on a paradigm from FAO. So we have to link economic impacts, social impacts, and environmental impacts with this respect. And here is a little bit how our sustainable innovation framework looks like. You have to take into account the boundary conditions. You have to take into account the baseline performance assessment and the final performance assessment. And what happens in the meantime is the innovation process framework that promotes a design thinking approach and behavioral change, towards behavioral change. You see here that although the project is agricultural, the jargon that we use so far mostly lies on the social sciences. And from that point, we go to the sustainable innovation pilot, just to give you a matter of the geographical diversity. So you start from Cyprus, Greece, Macedonia, Serbia, but also you move to the Western Europe. You have UK, Ireland, Netherlands, of course, Germany, Belgium, France, Spain, Italy. So you have quite a diverse ecosystem that covers 11 sustainable innovation pilots, 13 countries, 24 value chains, food value chains, frozen fruit, arable, pasta, vegetables, livestock, arable going to food tourism, vegetables and agritourism, wine, fruit, etc. But you also have multiple actors that we already discussed before. And then you can see here the diversity of the sustainable innovation pilots. Adamantios, I know that maps are not exactly your favorite way of visualizing things, but we use
this is an
most.
exception. This is an exception. Yeah.
And here you can see the presentation, and I think it matters here to see the geographical diversity in the map, but also it matters to see it in descriptive terms, in this table that explains what are the sectors, which are the countries involved, which are the value chains that we are addressing, and so on and so forth. So this way, we managed to give a snapshot of a very large portfolio of activities that are taking place in the course of the project in terms of piloting activities, in terms of working with real end users. Then, the Innovation Academy is more or less a mechanism for capacity building to support the innovative approaches by providing capacity building to the sustainable innovation pilots. It is a virtual academy, of course, and the job there is to provide, to identify opportunities, to promote new paradigms for behavior innovation, and generally speaking, to raise awareness, to establish new partnerships, to support the implementation of the projects and the application of the Pluto Sustainable Innovation Framework in the course of the project. The work plan, of course, the project starts here. There is the first work package, which is about developing the Sustainable Innovation Framework. Then we have 3 work packages that run in parallel, which is the behavioral innovation and ecosystem engagement, sustainable collaborative business model innovation, and data-driven technological innovations. And this results in in a work package 5 that takes care of all the sustainable innovation pilots. Of course, you have always work packages that run in parallel. The ethics, which is always necessary these days, 1 work package about project management and coordination, and 1 work package about communication that in this particular project carries the ambitious title of Pluto's Extrovert Powerhouse. Sometimes in European projects, the proposal writers, we tend to become a little bit overselling in terms of how we describe the work packages. Sometimes it works, like in this case. By the way, this project was received 15 out of 15. Here you can see a very, very broad consortium, including partners from many countries. And because I participated in the preparation of this proposal, I would say that one of the biggest challenges was to recruit the use cases, to recruit the pilots. That was quite difficult because you have different people with different ideas from different geographies. Another quite big challenge was to bring together and to somehow develop a common vocabulary among the technology providers, because we have some companies here which are into technology providing, farmers and social scientists. That was very, very, very, very tricky. For the part of the social scientists, particularly, it took a lot of time and a lot of effort on behalf of the coordinator to understand their way of thinking, their vocabulary, their priorities, their agendas, but also to try to keep them into the framework of the project, because it's very easy, particularly in sciences that are not in the positive sciences, I would say, it's very easy to divert and to take the project into a totally different dimension. So I would say that there has been an extremely skillful handling and mindful handling on behalf of the coordinator of incorporating enough social science expertise, but at the same time without undermining the whole existence of the project as such. So let me offer you another one. I will need a couple of seconds for that, because this is another project which has similar content on a different topic, but equally interesting from many aspects. And I'm sharing this screen. I hope you can all see my screen now.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect, thank you very much. So we are moving to another project, which is called D-Rural. This is a project starts by looking at the European rural areas. And here the picture is a little bit bleak. We have poor people, lower income, not too many opportunities, population is shrinking and getting older, poor access to healthcare and education. This is the case for rural Europe, and I'm sure that this case you might have heard similar stories happening all over the world. And despite spending enough money, the European Union spends 15% of its budget in rural development. This is not small money, it's 150 billion euros. You can see that the results have not still there. So, the priorities of the new European Commission have the potential to deliver a radical shift, and we want to take care of the rural areas by taking advantage of the benefits of digitalization. So there are here the project starts with some European priorities: a Europe fit for the digital age, European Green Deal, Europe for Health program. These are important priorities that stand at the European level as policy priorities, and these are the ones that the project is stepping on to continue with the rest of the world. So what it aims to do, it aims to create jobs and improve the quality of life in European rural areas through the co-development and rollout of a digital marketplace of services to offer values services to end users, to the people in rural communities. Again, the aims, the overall, the high-level aims of the project are very clear. Jobs, improvement of quality of life, making European rural areas a better place to be. So the project, again, is also big. It's 10 million euros budget. It's granted under Horizon 2020 from European Union, and it aims to co-develop and implement a digital solution that delivers services to rural citizens, but it also aims to become a service marketplace of reference for European rural areas. It has 4 regional rural areas in Europe as in the target. This is Extremadura in Spain, Jutland, Hardersland in Sweden, I hope I pronounced this properly, Dubrovnik in Croatia, and Genderland Middle in Netherlands. It is also a huge consortium, 30 partners from 11 European countries. The consortium is led by a Spanish organization, and it also includes research centers, universities, SMEs, NGOs, etc. The objectives. First of all, to engage a critical mass of rural citizens, businesses, and key stakeholders. To co-develop a user-friendly digital solution, for sure. To support sustainable post-project exploitation of the platform in the regions, and to also make sure that it can uptake this and replicate it in other rural regions across Europe. And of course, to ensure high ethical standards, evaluate benefits, and including contributions to boost the economy. So technically speaking, these four are the main core objectives of the project. Again, your favorite visualization, Hadamantios, the map. It shows where are the pilot cases, but this infographic shows a little bit more than that. It shows that how we start from native service providers in the 4 EU ecosystem, which are essentially ICT partners, to bring them together, to integrate them into an integrated pan-European marketplace, and from that make sure that we can promote exploitation and sustainability. How? By engaging service providers, I mean physical service providers like healthcare administration, municipalities, other local providers to address verticals such as the agri-food sector, of course, the environment, logistics, circular economy and innovation, but also to engage them together with the ICT partners, aiming at the end to promote the quality of life of end users. Technically speaking, this is another message for you. When you are writing a proposal, regardless of the space, I know now with Horizon Europe, the space is even more limited. It always pays off to invest a little bit of time or to assign, even very often in proposals, when I have the possibility, I assign graphic designers to make something beautiful, to put a beautiful visualization. There will be a session later on about how evaluators perceive proposals, but I can tell you from my experience as an evaluator, if you have to read numerous proposals, all in the same template, all using the same Brussels English jargon that we know and we are bored of in Europe for the past 20 years. Visualizing, showing to people what you are planning to do, making a stylish approach and passing your message in such a way always pays off. It doesn't go like if you make beautiful graphics, you will win the project. You need to have all the other aspects in place, but it always helps and it always differentiates you with someone who has a little bit less beautiful proposal in hand. Let's see again what are the expected results, what we're expecting to achieve from this project. 4 ecosystems in place, 1 pan-European interoperable platform, 1 marketplace implemented through the 4 local pilots, the 4 brands, and also this project has 2 open calls where local actors from rural communities, companies or municipalities can, 1 for services and 1 for mirror regions, can benefit and get funding to implement the activities of the project. Actually, the organization that I'm involved with is in charge of 1 of the open calls. So this is the things that we are doing. And this is very important because this gives extra opportunities for funding for the people who are following the so-called cascade funding calls. Again, you can see here the consortium. The consortium is quite strong in technology, in entrepreneurship, in running open calls. It has also the 4 pilot regions, and in every pilot region, if you can see here, the consortium includes a small ecosystem. It includes public sector organization, digital service providers, physical service providers, and potential representatives of end users. So you can see here that each pilot region is a small project of itself. It's a small consortium of itself. And this helps a lot to highlight the diversity and the inclusiveness of the project, including the multi-actor approach that, as we discussed yesterday, is absolutely necessary for this type of cases. Now, looking a little bit on the regional demonstrators, how do they approach them? We approach the demonstrators as a geographical area where we are deploying the services in the local language. That's very important because in rural communities, it's not like being in Amsterdam or in Berlin that everybody speaks English. In rural communities, you have to deploy them in the local languages to approach the people. The deployment is held by a promoter in each demonstrator, which is a local organization that manages the local instance, and that is expected to maintain the results of the project and monetize them after the project ends, so in order to guarantee the sustainability. And of course, here we're making also some statements about what will happen to the project after the project ends, and that's important to convince the reviewers about this. And what are the prime interests for each region? Health and social care services, because this is what we have seen in our from our expertise. This is a thing that is missing very much from rural communities. Rural communities are lacking the underlying services that will attract the people, but also will retain the people who are already there. And this is something that is of common interest all over Europe. You can see here some cases about some pictures and some data about the cases. All of these cases, if you see, they're very well documented why they're there. They have a reason of existence in the consortium. So you have the Extremadura from Spain, you have the Jämtland Härjedalen, I hope I pronounced it properly, from Sweden, Gelderland Midden from the Netherlands, again with statistics about the internet coverage, the inhabitants and the challenges that they are facing, and the Dubrovnik in Croatia. You see, we cover quite different cases geographically in terms of conditions. Let's look at the expected impact. The expected impact is to validate the brokerage platforms by an increase of cost-cutting applications and services, and we provide even a KPI for the impact, the number of direct service providers in the rural solution. You can see here that in all impact points, also in demonstrating the benefit of data sharing across platforms for different sectors, we are providing number of sectors involved, a number of third-party platforms that are joining, the exploration and validation of new industry and new business processes and innovative business models. Again, we are approaching these topics. So you can see that it is quite a diverse case, and so on. For each expected impact, we are addressing it with very concrete KPIs, with very concrete numbers of how this impact, how this our project will contribute to the expected impact. Speaking about this project, one of the biggest challenges here was that this project was the outsider. This proposal was not supposed to win. There were two very strong consortia competing, and there were funding for two projects. What happened is that none of the strong consortia got the funding. The European Commission wanted at this case to see new blood, to see new ideas, to see new faces in the ecosystem. We were lucky enough to be involved in this outsider consortium. Of course, it was made out of very experienced people that know how to write proposals, that know how to address the topic. And it was also very interesting that they looked at the topic from a very interesting angle. Because while the majority of people looked at the rural platforms from the perspective of agriculture, they looked at the problem from the perspective of health in rural areas. And that was the winning point, because this is a case where it pays off to dare to be different. And it pays off to dare to have a very distinctive approach, a very distinctive opinion, rather than trying to somehow, make everything round and cover all possible cases, etc. This was a proposal that had a very unique selling point. And that was positively evaluated. And although it was an outsider, it got the funding, and we're now delivering this very exciting project. So that was more or less this from my side when it comes to speaking about proposals. Let me see about running projects as an idea of how you can run them. Let's see if we have questions. If I can provide sample information from the gender section of the studies. I think that this is not possible because the proposals that we are presenting now, they are the collective ownership of the consortium. I cannot share parts of the proposal to a third party without the previous approval for the consortium. So I cannot give you the text of the part. I apologize for that, but you understand my position. It's not possible. You would also be in this position. Please feel free to ask any other questions if you have on the topic. And this goes also for the panelists. Adamantios, possibly you would like to ask something, or Miriam?
Because you commented on my, if I had an allergy about maps as a joke, of course, but just a comment. You remember the two maps that I showed, they were not looking well. So to not say they were looking very miserable. And which means actually you didn't have maps there. You did have infographics, which means that you combined textual information, but you made some graphics out of it and they looked good. So it may have taken same time to make the infographics as if someone would have written text or even more, which means that what it's not good is to have people who have never built some infographics to have their first attempt to do it in a proposal. A side question only, at the end, in order to win, you have to have a team that will support, which it's not only scientists or researchers, and it has costs of time, and it might also necessitate that there is a budget there. So it's like a small movie production. So it's not a Hollywood production, but it still needs time, devotion, and involvement of many people with many different profiles, which is something that when we start a proposal, we fail to see all these dimensions there. And then we end up in something that it's not very likable or very convincing, yeah?
Yes, I agree with that. In our case, in both of these cases, as you said, we were lucky to have both a very experienced coordinator. Both coordinators in the projects are people who are in the business. Their core business is to run European projects, and this always helps when you have to deal with professionals. But we also had committed teams around them and committed set of partners, because even, I'm telling you, in the case of the rural, for example, it was almost mission impossible. It was the other consortia were already discussing joint kickoff meetings and events and this and that and everything. It was like they were even looking ironically at us when we were trying to put a proposal against them together. But the point is that if you have a committed consortium, I mean, if you are lucky that the European Commission doesn't want to see the usual suspects again, you might win.
Yeah, no, I agree. I fully agree. There's no doubt on it.
So let's see, if we don't have any other questions, I think we can be on time and give the floor to Miriam to start her own part.
Yes, I'm ready, Grigoris. If you, are there any questions?
We can start, we can pass the floor to you, and if there are any questions later on, we have a Q&A session for all of us, so we can answer them then.
Okay, then I will share my screen. Okay, so today we will see how to submit a proposal on the Founding and Tender Opportunity Portal, and then as very well anticipated by my fellow speakers, I will go more into details of the evaluation process. We will see some worst practices from Horizon 2020 and how to cope with them in Horizon Europe, so to build a successful proposal. Or, as differently put, how to read into the mind of an evaluator. I'm Miriam De Angelis, as you know. I'm a national contact point for Cluster 6 in Italy. Well, if we are talking about the proposal submission process, the best thing to do is to start with a preparatory checklist. We have gone through all the aspects of building a proposal, starting indeed from the founding opportunities. Yesterday, we saw the details of the different destinations and topics. So, provided that we have found the topic that we like, that best suits our project idea, we can eventually go on. We can go on applying, checking on the funding and tender opportunities portal. Then we know that we need to build a consortium, so we need to select our partners. Given that most of the topics, most of the calls will require the development, the creation of a consortium of minimum 3 organizations based in member states or associated countries of Horizon Europe. These partners we can either call, in my following slide, we can call them either partners or participants. Then what you need to do, and I will show you in a second, is to register on the ECAS, on the European Commission Authentication Service through the Funding and Tender Opportunity portal, so that you will have a login and a password to indeed log in into it. But this is not the only thing that you need to do. You also have to make sure that your organization and your partner organizations, meaning the other organization of your consortium, are registered into the participant register and have received the participant identification code, the so-called PIC. This is crucial. Because without a participant identification code, you can't go on in the submission process. The PIC is provided to you as soon as your organization register into the Funding and Tender Opportunity portal, and it is categorized as declared. With the declared PIC, you can go on and submit your proposal. Though once your proposal hopefully is invited to the negotiation, meaning is deemed okay by the European Commission after the evaluation process, and the consortium is invited to negotiate the grant agreement, this PIC must become validated. Therefore, the European Commission services will ask your organization for a number of documents. They will check, and then they will validate your participant identification code. But first, let's see how to register in the ECAS, in the service. You go on the Funding and Tender Opportunity portal. It's so easy that you can just Google Funding and Tender Opportunity portal and you will find it, but in some in a later slide, I will also give you the exact link. And you click on Register on your right. You click on Register, and this is the page that will appear to you. You will need to fill in with all your contacts going on. You are into the ECAS, and therefore you are ready to register your organization if your organization hasn't a PIC yet. Now, provided that we have done all these bureaucratic things, all these registrations, we now have to manage the roles in a consortium on the portal. To do so, we must know that the proposal coordinator is considered the single point of contact between the participant and the European Commission for all the proposals. The proposal coordinator is generally responsible for the overall planning of the proposal. It's a very common practice that the coordinator will write the general parts unless he asks specific partners to fill in certain parts, like the dissemination and the communication for the partner responsible for that specific task, or the exploitation to the partner indeed in charge of the exploitation of the project results, so on and so forth. Anyway, you must be aware that the coordinator role is kind of heavy. It's very how to say, challenging, because indeed the proposal coordinator is responsible for the overall planning of the proposal, for building up the consortium that will do the work, and he or she is always the first participants. The organization that coordinates is always the first participants that launch the submission and then add all the partners to the online platform. Instead, a partner is invited, as I said, by the proposal coordinator to the proposal online, needs to fill in the administrative forms online, mentioning, including the contacts, the address details, several other things, several other information that we will see later. Most of the fields that you will encounter as a partner in your path to the proposal submission is indeed already pre-filled with the information that you have provided to the Commission services once you ask for a PIC, for a PIC, for a participant identification code. Down below in my slide, you can find a very simple table summarizing all the action that the proposal coordinator or a partner can do. No need to go through all of it. And now let's try to start the proposal submission online. We can either go online right now, but in fact, I have just provided you with several screenshots that will give you an idea of what happens on the founding and tender opportunity portals. By the way, this is the link. You go on the founding and tender opportunities portal. This is the home page, and on the home page, you need to click on your left on search founding and tenders. This will redirect you to a page like this, where on your left you find a menu that you need to fill in order to in fact, select or browse the founding opportunities that are more interesting for you. Since we are looking for Horizon Europe opportunities, we need to deselect tenders and only leave grants. We also want to see what is open right now, all the founding opportunities that are open at the current moment. So we deselect forthcoming and close, and then we will decide on the programming period. The current one is 2027, and the program. Here, as you can see, I have selected all that I said: grants open for funding opportunities, open for submission, programming period 2021-2027, and I have selected Horizon Europe as the program that I want to browse. And here, on this time on my right, I have found 13 founding opportunities. basically only grants, as this is what I was searching for. Please note that since at the moment we only have EIC grants open, I couldn't like show you the cluster 6 founding opportunities. Those are still closed, still forthcoming, let's say. And they are not open for submission, so they were not useful to do this trial, let's say. So let's say that we are interested in the second topic called enhancing synergies between the EIC and Startup Europe. We read very carefully what is written there. So we know that the program is Horizon Europe. We know that the type of action is a coordination and support action. We know that the opening date is the 1st of June this year, and that the deadline is set on the 22nd of September of this year. It's also very useful to check the deadline model, which here is single stage, since this will let us know whether which template we need to submit, even though we will download it later. Anyway, this is very important. We have clicked on our topic, and this is the first thing that comes into our eyes. We again see all the general information. We can check by clicking on the menu on our left, the topic description, the conditions and documents, the partner search. Please remember that the partner search facility is embedded in the founding and tender opportunity portal. Therefore, if you are interested in a topic and you are looking either for a coordinator or to propose yourself as a partner, you can actually see whether there is somebody who expressed such an interest in the specific section of the topic, here where you can read partner search. Then you have the submission service, and it is in fact in the submission service that we find the submission button that we need to push in order to start the submission. So let's say that I click on submission service. This will bring me down in the topic page to the specific section. I will need to select the type of submission. In this case, we have only one type, since this topic is only a single topic. And we start the submission. The system asks us whether we are let's say, convinced that they asked us to confirm that this is actually our choice. So we confirm. This will bring us to the ECAS. So we will need to fill in our contacts with the email and the password. And this is what is more interesting for us. This is the first page of the submission service. As a first thing, the system asks us for the participant identification code. As I said, this is why this code is crucial to have, or at least to request. Please note also that indeed the system also recognizes our email. So as my email is deangelis.apre.it, the system already recognized me as a member of APRE and suggests me to select such a bit. Now I select the PIP number, and automatically this peak and short name part blank will fill in. When you select your organization and it is a validated peak, this action will be communicated to the leader or the account administrator of your organization via email. So automatically the system will send your leader or your account administration a notice, an alert. Therefore, if you want to do tests, I would very strongly encourage you to give them a shout first, or they will they will find several notifications that may alert them. The same applies when removing a validated organization from a proposal. So if you remove a validated organization from a proposal, the legal representative or the account administrator will receive an email, an alert. Now, we can scroll down this same page. We will be asked for further information. In this case, what is our role inside, for our organization inside the proposal? So for APRE, let's say that I am the main contact. I will select main contact, so I can take advantage of all the functionalities of the system, rather than being a contact person, which more or less can do the same things, but a little bit more restricted. Then we are asked to fill in the acronym and the short summary. This relates to the proposal. So we can call our proposal as we like. This can be anyway edited through the time, so we don't need to know exactly at the very beginning how the acronym of our proposal will be. And then a short summary. Once everything is filled in, the system will allow us to go on, so we can click the button Save and go to the next step. We will have another disclaimer. This disclaimer will tell us several very important things. First of all, it gives information regarding the confidentiality of the applications of the proposals. Therefore, we know that all the content of our proposals will be considered confidential and treated accordingly by the services, just as the content of a grant agreement. Then we know that provided the confidentiality protection, the abstract and the short summary of our proposal, once it is founded, once the grant agreement is signed, will be made published. That is why in the abstract we do not include any sensible or relevant technology relevant information that may be critical to display, to open. And then we know regarding the access to pre-registration data, you agree that the pre-registration data becomes available to the European Commission services prior to call closure. And then we are provided with several details regarding the technical requirements, meaning that the Part B format will be downloaded in a Word format, but then we will need to turn it into a PDF, and then we could upload it in the system. We also are made aware to respect the Part B page limits that we have seen earlier and yesterday. About the time constraints, these disclaimer remind us that we can start the submission earlier than the very final version of our proposal. A week earlier, we can go and start uploading our proposal. And then we can overwrite the new version every time. So to be sure that at the very end, in any case, a version of the proposal, even if it's almost final, is in the system, and so we'll have a chance to be evaluated. Otherwise, if we do not upload anything, we are automatically rejected, ineligible. Also, it may happen that the portal gets stuck at the very last minutes or the last day of the proposal submission in conjunction of the deadline, in other words, because there is too many people browsing, too many people uploading. In this case, if you experience some technical issues, what you need to do is right away to screenshot the page with the technical error, and then to contact very quickly the IT help desk, alerting them. In some cases, indeed, due to technical issues related to the portal, the submission process was open again to allow those that weren't able to upload and to submit the proposal to do so later on. Then we have a disclaimer on the personal data. We read all of this, and then we click on OK, on the OK button. We are provided another disclaimer telling us that the draft proposal that I titled test for our convenience was created, and then I will decide to continue with this proposal or to go to my proposals in case I have several ones. This will lead me to another page where all my proposals are listed. This is my proposal now. I need to link all the members of the consortium to this online page. First of all, I see myself. I represent APRE, who being the one who launched the submission is also the coordinator. I can add some contacts from my colleagues in case I don't want to work alone on this proposal. And also I can add the other partner. I can add the other members of the consortium by clicking on that button and by filling in the blanks with the pick. That is why before you can invite another partner of the consortium online on this platform, you need to learn to know their participant identification code. If you in fact click on add partner, the disclaimer, the pop-up window, will appear where you can see it's written find your organization, and you can enter their participant identification code or their name. And now let's say that we have added all the partners, so we can go on and checked the actual part of the proposal. As for, we have two parts in a Horizon Europe proposal, the part A and the part B. The part B can be downloaded in Word format from the button on your left where it says very explicitly download part B templates. I really recommend to download these templates anew every time you submit a proposal. Do not use templates from previous submissions because of different proposals of different topics, because they may be the same, but you can never be sure 100%. So every time you go for a new proposal, download the new part B templates from the button that you can see on your left. And this is the part B. We will talk about it very, very briefly, since it was explained in depth this morning and also in other occasions by my very brilliant colleagues. Let's say that we want first to check the administrative forms, so the part A of a proposal. Therefore, well, first of all, just few words regarding the application forms. As I said, we have two different parts, the part A with the administrative information and the budget, and the part B, the technical description of the project, the technical part. This submission happens via the Funding and Tender Opportunity Portal, as I showed you. Please, we mentioned the page limit. There are no rules regarding page limits in Horizon Europe. It was already said that VIA and EIA, so Research and Innovation Action and Innovation Actions type of actions have a new limit of 45 pages, while the coordination and support action have a limit of 30 pages. In case the topic has a double stage submission process, so a submission process happening in two different moments, two different stages, so-called stages. The limit of for the first stage proposal is 10 pages, and then you will have to feed in the next 35 in occasion of the second deadline. As for the IC Pathfinder, we have 17 pages limit. In any case, there may be exceptions and they will be specified in the text of the call or the topic or the work program. The part A and the part B are different in several perspectives. First of all, the part A is generated by the IT system and is sitting online. It is based on the information provided by the participants through the online portal. So every participant, every partner, every member of the consortium, once it is linked by the coordinator to the proposal online, can go and autonomously fill in the administrative parts, the related administrative parts. They can also update such information, edit such information anytime they want until the final submission, until the deadline or the final submission. The part B instead is the technical part, and as I said, is the narrative part, including 3 different sections that follow the evaluation criteria. They are the same as the evaluation criteria. The part B needs to be uploaded, is downloaded again as a Word document, and it is uploaded as a PDF, following the templates downloaded by the applicants in the submission system for that specific topic. We have in this submission process and in the admissibility conditions several elements of continuity between the old framework program and the new one, Horizon Europe. Applications must be submitted before the call deadline electronically, and they must be complete, readable, accessible, and printable. Do not forget to also include always a plan for the exploitation and dissemination of the project results, unless the call or the topic specifies differently, specify otherwise. The submission process consists of the 6 steps that I showed you. You log into the portal, or you select the call and then you log into the portal. Create a draft proposal providing the elements of the title, acronym, abstract, main organization, and contact details. Manage your partners and their contact details. You can add them, and then they will go and fill in the part A, and then download and fill in the part B, and then submit, upload it on the portal as a PDF and submit the proposal. Now let's see the part A, the administrative form. We are back on the portal. We click on edit form, and this is what it will be shown by the system. Let me take a second. There are five sections in this part A. General information, participants, budget, ethics and security, and other questions. We will now see just the general information and the participants, as the budget was digged earlier this morning, and all the other aspects were required, all the other issues were required much more time than just an hour. Let's see the participant information and the differences between Horizon 2020 and Horizon Europe. And the differences are quite a lot, because as you can see, we had in Horizon 2020 just the organization data, the departments carrying out the work, the dependency with other proposal participants, the person in charge of the proposal, meaning the person inside your organization that is in charge of the proposal, whether it is a professor or a high manager or a scientist, so on and so forth. Now, what we have in Horizon Europe is much more data to be provided, because apart from the organization, the departments, the link with other participants, the main contact and the other contact person, we will have to fill in a table where we include the information regarding the researchers involved in the proposal. This is particularly relevant because it's asked to provide details regarding the gender of the researchers. So for the European Commission to build statistics about the number of women and men scientists, researchers involved in Horizon Europe projects. The role of the participating organization in the project. This was located previously in Horizon 2020 in the technical part, in part B. Now they moved it to part A. And along with the publication, the data sets, software, goods, services, and any other achievements made by the related organization that are relevant to the topic content, along with the list of the previous project, up to 5 most relevant previous projects of activity connected to the subject of the proposal and of course the topic. As well as the description of the infrastructure and other any items of technical equipment that can be will be used during the project. All this was previously included in section 4.1, again, which was located in part B. Now it is all included in part A, so it is filled in online. This is just for you to see how the forms look like, nothing that you can't fill in alone very easily. This is the researchers involved table. You need to provide all the information again in this table online. The role of participating organization in the project gives you a list of possible options that you can fill in. And then you have all the other aspects, all the other issues that I mentioned, all the other items that I mentioned. This is also, there is also a part devoted to the gender equality plan, where you state whether you have a gender equality plan that covers the elements listed below. Below in this table, in this form. Regarding the gender equality plan, you must know that having a gender equality plan is now an eligibility criterion for public bodies, higher education establishment, research organization from member states and associated countries. If your proposal is selected, you must provide a gender equality plan before the signature of the grant agreement. This is applicable on the calls with the deadline in 2022 and beyond, meaning for the moment this rule doesn't apply. However, if you choose some calls that have deadlines in 2022, you must know that this is an eligibility criterion. So if you are a public entity and you don't have a gender equality plan at the time of the signature of the grant agreement, you won't be considered eligible. So you will be rejected from the consortium. Part B. The part B is the technical part. The way we do with the part B is downloading it from the portal. And then once we have finished writing it, we turned it into a PDF and we use the button upload to upload the document online. We already said that this is the way it appears. The proposal template is in the middle and on your right. We gone through it. We don't go through it since we have already talked about it. This is just a brush up because this will give us sort of an introduction to talk about the evaluation criteria. As I said, the three parts of the part B mirror the three evaluation criteria of Horizon Europe. And as you have discussed this morning, we have a part devoted to excellence, where we explained what the concept, what is the project about, the proposal about. We have the impact, what is the value that explains what is the value of our proposal. And then we have the implementation that is supposed to explain to evaluators how we are going to work in order to meet the project objectives. What is the different, work breakdown structure, the resources, and several other aspects that we have already explained. Now, just summarizing, what are the new features introduced by Horizon Europe compared with the past? We have then new fields in Part A. Those are the researchers table, the participating organization info, and the gender equality, the self-declaration on gender equality plan. We don't need to upload a document. We just need to make a self-declaration, and then we will be asked in occasion of the grant agreement signature. There are some fields moved from Part B to Part A. These are the ethics assessment and the security questionnaire, and the information on participants' previous activities related to the call. And then we have, as a new features in Part B, the glossary of terms, in this regard, the consistency on the use of terminology must be ensured in all project phases, from the work package, from the work program to the proposal and to the reporting phase, once our proposal is founded. And also there is in the template an extensive explanation on what exactly should be included in each section. So we are certainly supported in this regard. Now, let me just check EIT food or DBI joint undertaking.
Yes, I think this is a question for us now. It's a question, Serhat. Indeed, those are two very interesting cases. The EIT food is a different way of its own. BPI TU, for example, we have presented in the past. We had info days about that. When there are open calls, we will take it into consideration, and of course, we will put it into our program. So you can please stay tuned in our activities. If something interesting happens, and of course, if TÜBİTAK suggests and approves, we might indeed do something on that. Thank you.
Okay.
So, any questions, Miriam, with respect to the technicalities of the proposal submission before we go to the evaluation? Okay, you can still ask them once we are here, and we will take them all together. Miriam, Adamantios, do you have any questions for Miriam yourself?
No, everything is clear.
Then we go to the last part, which is, I find it the most interesting one, because I perceive proposal writing as the process of hacking the brain of the evaluators, because these are the people who are going to essentially decide if you're getting the funding or not. So, Miriam, how can we hack the brains of these people?
Well, let me give you some tools to do so, even though I don't know if you want to really hack into the mind of somebody else. Anyway, yes. We will now see the way, first of all, the way the evaluation process works. And then, as I said, I will give you some lesson learned from Horizon 2020, from real evaluation summary reports that certainly will be the key, will give you a key of interpretation of certain evaluators' behavior. So that you know in advance what they want, what they are going to check in your proposal, what they want to see, and how to comply with these will, let's say, with these wishes, with the evaluator wishes. But we cannot start without mentioning the evaluation criteria. We have the same evaluation criteria of Horizon 2020. These are the excellence, impact, and quality and efficiency of the implementation. However, under each of them, the aspects to be taken into account have been reduced so that evaluators do not evaluate the same aspect twice. Do not assess the same aspect twice. There is also a specific importance given to the open science practices that are assessed as a part of the scientific methodology in the excellence criterion. The quality of the applicants, as we said, since the related template part has been moved from first in Horizon 2020, the quality of the applicant was assessed under a different category, which was called operational capacity. In the evaluation summary report, you could find a specific part devoted to that, which was unlinked from the other evaluation criteria. Now, the quality of the applicants is assessed in the framework of the implementation criterion. And finally, the assessment of the management structure has been removed. So the evaluators won't be checking on the governance of your proposals. However, the governance of the proposal and then hopefully of the project is very, very, very important for you as a partner and as a coordinator, because such a management structure make the work possible, allow for the project to be carried out smoothly. Otherwise, no decision are taken, activities are not carried out because there is no monitoring and no responsible partners. So even though they won't be object of the evaluation process, please take carefully into consideration this aspect as well. The evaluation criteria have been simplified, but let's see briefly what is into them, what is listed into them. As for the excellence, it includes as a sub-criteria the clarity and pertinence of the objectives, the ambitiousness of the proposal, and the way and how much it goes beyond the state of art. Then, under the excellence, the methodology is taken into consideration, whether it is sound, the concept at the basis of the methodology, the models, assumptions, the interdisciplinarity, the consideration of the gender dimension, and the quality of the open science practices. This is all very important, but let's start with the interdisciplinarity. The interdisciplinarity, as you know, in Horizon Europe is considered as the integration of different approaches and methodologies, not only theories, concepts, data, and techniques from 2 or more scientific disciplines, but also non-academic and non-formalized knowledge. What do we mean with the non-formalized knowledge? That comes from relevant social actors or stakeholders. In case of cluster 6, we may imagine that such a category is made of farmers, for example, or users group. And this will lead us to, this is important in cluster 6, since in cluster 6 topics often mention the multi-actor approach and multi-actor engagement. So we need to put extra attention, extra focus on these aspects. And we need to also consider the open science practices. As you know, already in Horizon 2020, a devoted pilot was carried out where all the publications coming from a project needed to be put in an open and free of charge repository. Then we have the impact, but this is not only that, it's definitely like a broader discussion that could take the whole afternoon. The impact takes into consideration the credibility of the paths to the achievement of the expected outcomes and impacts specified in the topic, and as well as in the work program in general, and the significance of the contributions to these outcomes and impacts from the project. Also, the suitability and quality of the measure to maximize the outcomes and impacts is taken into consideration, as it is explained in the dissemination and exploitation plan, which is mandatory to have. You have heard that dissemination and exploitation, the dissemination and exploitation plan, or plans, in case you want to make two different documents, are not to be uploaded or included as an annex in your proposal. You don't need to build another document to create another document or more than one document. You just need to include in your proposal all the elements that characterize a dissemination and exploitation plan. So you need to explain, in order to fulfill the impact sub-criteria, the dissemination activities that you will carry out, the targets, the tools that you are going to use, as well as for the exploitation plan, you will need to provide some elements typically included in the exploitation plan. Then we have the third criterion devoted to quality and efficiency of the implementation. And in this case, the quality and effectiveness of the work plan is considered, along with risk management and the effort assigned to a work package, as well as the resources in general. Also, as mentioned earlier, the capacity and the role of each participant is taken into consideration, and how the capacities and roles from the members of all the consortium come together to build the necessary expertise to carry out successfully the actions proposed in the proposal. This is the score. The scoring ranges from 0 to 5. You can also get half marks, and there are thresholds. The threshold for the individual criterion is 3, while the overall threshold is set at 10. Under these thresholds, your evaluation is not included in the ranking list. It goes into the category of below threshold proposals. There are several admissibility and eligibility things to take into consideration. I won't go through this since we have not much time. And I also mentioned earlier that your proposal must be readable and accessible and printable, as some evaluators would like to print and to read your proposal while they are in bed before going to sleep. Anyway, this is just a reminder to write a text in a readable way, and especially to pay attention to graphs and tables. If while including the graphs, you made them too small, they would be unreadable when printed. Therefore, pay attention and make the graph count rather than just putting an image there. This is important. This slide is important just with the fact that it reminds us about the timeline, which is 8 months, 5 months for the evaluation from the deadline to the evaluation results, and 3 months from the letter of the negotiation and the signature of the grant agreement. The time is tight, therefore evaluators are given the instruction to evaluate, to assess the proposal the way they look at the first glance, and not if some modification are made, some makeup intervention are made. You must be sure that the proposal is at the best when you submit it. This is the process, this is the usual process, but there may be a new pilot in Horizon Europe where a stage of so-called right to react is included. This is to increase the transparency, to correct any misunderstanding by the aspect at an early stage, and the applicants are supposed to be questioned regarding the proposal and to send their reactions to draft expert comments. By the way, remember to register as an expert. This can be a very formative, instructive thing to do if you want to then start writing proposals. This is the timeline, but we have already talked about it. And then we go to the how to act, the head of an evaluator part. And this is made using lesson learned from Horizon 2020, what you need to avoid. Take into consideration that I have reviewed the evaluation criteria in order to make them fit with the new one. I just remind you that they were simplified, they've been simplified. So several things that were considered in Horizon 2020 are not in Horizon Europe. But what we have in Horizon Europe, as we had in Horizon 2020, is certainly the clarity and pertinence of objectives. And as you can see, by clustering all the comments by the evaluators, we found that very often objectives are not quantifiable, no quantitative indicators of the proposed objectives were provided. Some objectives are missing measurable targets, so on and so forth. Therefore, what we want to do in Horizon Europe is to structure very clearly, to build very clearly our objectives using, for example, graphs, but they have to be relevant compared with the call for proposals and measurable, quantifiable. Also, we want to provide details on the mechanism to implement some of the all the objectives that we have identified. As for the credibility of the approach, apart from the lack of credibility that some may have, what I would like to underline is that every time you try to sell a certain approach, you must show that you are also aware of the eventual disadvantages that these may have and how to tackle them, how to cope with them. Also, if several variables are taken into consideration, you want to make sure that they are accurate and they are the most relevant one. Be careful to the methodological background and standards, as well as the replicability issues. Let's talk about the concept, including the interdisciplinary consideration. We have talked about technology readiness level. We must look at the technology readiness level that are identified in the topic, and the proposal have to be consistent with them. We also want to build on previous projects founded by Horizon Europe, Horizon 2020, that are either ongoing or recently closed. So we want to provide, in other words, the linkage with the other ongoing activities. In several cases, topics request such a thing from the proposal. And also, it's true that the European Commission wants to see that the results of the project that it funds are useful somehow. We again find a reference to the involvement of the stakeholder and of the end users. And in this regard, we want to demonstrate that the objectives and the planning of our proposal is targeted to the needs and the problems and opportunities of the stakeholder and of the end users. We want to build the complementarity with the existing research and best practices by showing the added value of our proposal, avoiding, as I believe Adamantios said, recycling projects. The sufficient involvement of key actors with complementary types of knowledge should be reflected in the composition also of the project consortium. So don't stick just to explain how, but also just to write a beautiful content, a beautiful text, but also think about the way the consortium is built, so that all the key actors are actually involved. What else to say? The proposal could have developed the gender issues more clearly, says this evaluation summary report. And in fact, gender now is very crucial, as you may have understand. I've answered a question in question and answer tab earlier, which was about the gender aspects of research of a certain proposal. There is this very interesting website related to the Stanford University. It is called Gendered Innovations, and they provide the study cases for all the scientific disciplines, almost all the scientific disciplines, that will that are useful to frame the gender aspects in a certain sector. And you can use them as a starting point to build your own in your proposal. The ambitiousness of the proposal, of the work, of the action is also at the center of the evaluation. And of course, if you don't have a service or a product or a solution that is innovative, that goes beyond the state of art, evidently Horizon Europe is not for you. The way you want to check whether there is such ambitiousness in your work is to go and see whether there are already patents on a certain subject, or technology, whether there are previous projects that have done the same. In this case, you need to go further. You need to go beyond the state of the art. Let's see now the second criterion, the impact. In this case, the impact, the evaluation summary reports, they often found that the proposal lacked the proper description and justification of the important impact categories that would allow to better estimate the real contribution of the proposal at the European or international level. So don't underestimate the impact part. Usually for scientists and for researchers, it's kind of boring to deal with impact because it sounds a bit, how to say, foggy in terms of technical activities, in terms of research activities in a strict sense. But well, fortunately or unfortunately, according to your perspective, this is something that actually is a tenet of the whole Horizon Europe. So we cannot miss it in any way. We want to quantify the impact, justify the forecasts that we make on impacts. We just need to avoid to write that we will make the world a better place without justifying how and what and how and why. We need to provide supporting facts on the same line. We need to be consistent with, of course, the impact and the outcomes underlined in the topic. I would like to remind you that there is a whole section devoted to that in the topic text. As for the enhancement of the innovation capacity and integration of knowledge, they are asking, evaluators were asking for details on the integration of knowledge from other sectors, again from social sciences. In fact, again in several topics, there is the requirement to, or the encouragement to involve SSH scientists, social sciences and humanities in the experts in the proposal. Regarding the impact, under this criterion, we find the measure for the exploitation and the dissemination of the project results, including the IPR measures, and the management of the data where relevant. Don't forget the dissemination issues. That, as I said, the dissemination plan, that, as I said, doesn't need to be an annex to the, must not be an annex to the proposal. It's just elements of it described inside the proposal. You want to identify some performance indicators for the dissemination that are ambitious. Do not sell the same thing over and over, like the website and the flyers, and so on and so forth. Considering that during this pandemic time, I hope, but I'm not sure that we will go around distributing flyers anymore. We need to think about new ways that are leveraging the ICT or the videos, more socials, even the most young ones like TikToks, it comes into my mind, up to you. Anyway, let's set performance indicators that are ambitious. The possibility to set up training workshops towards end users is also very often recommended, was also very often recommended. So if you are targeting fishers or farmers to use a certain technology, you want to train them on how to use such a technology or such a solution. So let's plan some training workshops targeting them. We want to take into consideration the ability to effectively replicate the concept and technology throughout Europe. We don't want to forget about the exploitation plan and to give details regarding the IPR management. Now we want to talk about the implementation. The implementation is the part where we describe the work breakdown structure, where we give the work breakdown structure, and we describe the activities that we are going to actually carry out in the realm of our project. And in this case, we want to describe logically and to distribute coherently the activities among work packages throughout the whole lifespan of the project, ensuring their correct implementation, coordination, and integration. We want to distribute the budget and the efforts equally among partners, but always coherently with their activity. We don't want to give €1 million to a partner that has a limited limited role in our proposal. Certain expert would also recommend to have a balance between nationality and the budget. You don't want to have a certain national.
It seems that we have a technical problem. Tuce, can you hear me?
Hi, Gergers. Yes, I can. I will try to contact her. I guess she lost her connection again.
We need to apologize. This is a technical problem. That's one of the issues that are raised, particularly when you have these online events.
The good thing is that it happened now and not earlier on, and because now we were close to the end. Yeah, actually, it was at this time that we would be concluding.
Still, if there are questions, because I'm not sure if we will manage to have Miriam back. Let's see if there are questions. Example of quality of open science practices. So let me try to give an example myself on this aspect. For example, if you are foreseeing to deliver open publications, to make the publications open, if you foresee that the software that you're going to create is going to be open source, if you foresee also that apart from making an open source software, you create the conditions and the supporting structures that will support researchers to use the software, because an open source software means very little to non-experts. And most of the times we have experts, we have scientific experts who are not software developers. So if you give them an open source software, it's very good to offer them also tutorial or support or help in order to really benefit from this open source software. So these are some kind of high quality open science practices that you might be able to apply. There is this famous O3 practice, that strategy that Commissioner Moedas, the previous Commissioner for Research and Innovation, has established, that you will find many relevant examples over there, I assume.
Grigoris, here I am again. My connection fell.
Perfect. Miriam, the floor is yours. Please finish the presentation.
Yes, it's just a couple of slides. I'm very sorry for this inconvenience that keeps happening. Okay, let me show the screen again. We were talking about the quality of the implementation. Well, as I was saying, we want to distribute budget and efforts equally among partners and nationalities. Of course, if it is coherent with the work that they are going to do. We don't want to overload our work plan, so let's stick to a limited number of work packages and a limited number of tasks. In many cases, proposers identify tasks that can be merged or that are overlapping. Therefore, just stick to a certain economy. Frugality in the number of work packages and tasks. Be careful to the allocation of resources, especially if this is the case for coordination and management. Do not overcharge the part of the management, since as you can see, the evaluators go and look at these as well. We have the consortium that they are scrutinizing. Do not forget to include a certain mechanism of quality review, like an advisory board made of external aspects. But it shouldn't be just an advisory board. You can build some committees of external aspects on specific issues that are particularly relevant for the proposal, like IPR committee, if IPR is particularly relevant for you, or regional authorities in case you are going to establish a dialogue with this kind of actors, and so on. In the consortia, don't forget to include social scientists if the topics requires it, and in general, if there is a reason for it. Do not misuse subcontracting. This is also kind of important, not just from a budget perspective, but also from an expertise perspective. If there are too much subcontracting, it becomes evident to the evaluator that your consortium lacks certain expertises that you then try to fill in with external subcontractors. And then it is deemed not capable enough. As for the management structure, this is not to be taken into consideration because, as I said, this is not taken into consideration by the evaluators neither. So we don't need to consider this. Then how can we make evaluators happy? We want to make sure that our proposed work is within the scope of the program topic of our choice. So the moment that we spend reading the topic, the time that we spend reading the topic is an investment that we make. We do not disregard this. We need to demonstrate that our idea is ambitious and goes beyond the state of the art. If it's something that is already used or present in Europe and beyond, you can certainly go and look for funding in some other programs, but not in Horizon Europe. Take into account in this interdisciplinarity, gender dimension, and open science practices, as well as the no significant harm criteria. This is a new criterion according to which the research must not significantly harm the environment. It's a new Futures of Horizon Europe. We want to show how our project will contribute to the outcomes and impacts described in the work program. We want to describe the planned measures to maximize the impact of our project by including the plan for the dissemination and exploitation, as well as the communication activities. And last but not least, we want to demonstrate the quality of our work plan, resources, and participants, looking at what we said earlier. And this is all from my side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Miriam. It was a very useful presentation, and regardless of the technical problems, I think that you managed to cover it in a very detailed way. There is one question that I tried to respond to myself, but maybe you can give a different angle on the perspective. It's about an example of quality of open science practices. How can we convince the evaluators that our open science practices are of high quality?
Oh my God, this is a very tricky question. First of all, because we should go and contextualize in the sector that we have chosen what is the standard of the open science. But in general, we are moved by the basic idea that knowledge must be available to everybody, to all the researchers in all Europe, definitely in all parts of the world. Therefore, because the aim of the European Commission is to homogenize the level of knowledge of the level of research all around. We want in our proposal, apart from just stating that we are putting certain publication on an open repository, or that we are making the data available somehow, or that we are managing the IPR in a certain way, we want to include the explanation of the budget resources. We want to identify some economic resources to do so. We need, or even, by the way, to include some tasks that take into consideration those specific aspects. Do not treat them as part of, as a minimum part in the dissemination plan or the exploitation plan, just because we have to, but to give them dignity in terms of activities and in terms of budget. And also, if you really want to do the, let's say, the upgrade, I would also build some moments of reviews with external experts, for example, where we want to review the practices of the consortium with regard to the open science cyclically, for example. Receiving suggestions from experts that are from the field. This is what I would say, just generically speaking. Then, case by case, we want to discuss the open science practices with reference to the specific proposal that we are writing.
Great. Thank you very much, Miriam. Let's see, do we have any other questions? Maybe from the panelists also. I know we're tired. It has been a long couple of days for all of us, including the participants. But if there are other questions, we can still respond to them. And of course, you also have the emails of the instructors or the emails of the team in the project. You can still send us questions via email.
Grigoris, if I can add, to these questions on horizontal issues. First of all, regarding open science, we have already organized 2 events dedicated to open science to explain what is open science, how to use existing tools, with participation of the best experts from Europe and also from Turkey who are dealing with that. So I would refer participants to recorded trainings which are available on our website, and just to look at all these aspects related to open science. Regarding gender issues or gender equality plan, we have a plan to organize as well training on that. But still, we are waiting for some templates from European Commission and some information regarding gender equality plans, which should be developed and implemented by organizations. So probably it will be early September, because as we know, Commission is delayed with many documents. We will definitely organize also another event dedicated to budget preparation and also IPR management. So please look at our website and announcements of events. So we will address all these issues in the frame of our projects. So that was some information from my side. Guys?
Great. So the message is, if we don't have more questions, let's try to sum up what we did these 2 days. We got an introduction into Cluster 6 of Horizon Europe. We understood the policy implications. We looked at some selected destination into detail. We looked at the available budget, but we also got a few indicative calls, and we looked at them in detail to see how we read the call. Then we moved into generic aspects related to how we organize our time and resources in preparing a proposal, and how do we position ourselves in consortia. Today, we started with the decision that we are going to write a project, and then Adamantios guided us through the entire process of how we write all the sections, highlighting the differences. And then we saw 2 relevant projects from the agri-food domain, successful ones, and we got a little bit of, let's say, behind the scenes information about them. We continued with very important aspects on the technicalities of how we submit a proposal, but also very important, how do we address the evaluators and how do we try to understand how the evaluation process works. Based on this discussion, I think that we covered a full cycle of knowledge with respect to Cluster 6. Of course, as Alexander said, our project is alive and it's going to have more activity similar to that. And of course, it takes 2 to tango, meaning that it requires lots of investment and effort from the participants to submit lots of competitive proposals from Turkey. But I think you have already done the first step. You have participated in an intensive course, and our team is at your disposal. Please also stay tuned for our forthcoming activities. And I would like to thank all the panelists and all the participants for staying 2 full days with us. And if you don't have anything else, I would like to wish you a great weekend.
One more thing, we would like to encourage you to fill evaluation forms, which will be provided by our team, because it's very important for us to improve the content and implementation of the next trainings. So thank you very much for your contribution and giving us your feedback.
So thank you all.
So thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
See you
Bye-bye.
at the next training.
Bye-bye.
Goodbye. Thank you very much.